What does it take to move the world? Moving goods, people, entire nations, be it on the road or rail, high up in the air or on the sea. It takes love for the detail and for the bigger picture. It takes dedication, curiosity, and a relentless will to succeed. Values like excellence, passion, and a long-term view. It takes pioneering spirit. At Schaeffler, we have been pioneers since our very beginning.
70 years ago, my father patented a technology that revolutionized how the world moves: the cage-guided needle roller bearing. What started out as a pioneering idea has since conquered the world and can be found in millions and millions of products today. It truly changed the way the world moves.
This idea has made motion faster, more efficient and enduring, with less friction. It has been at the core of the success of our company that was founded by Wilhelm and Georg Schaeffler and built to become a global champion by Georg Schaeffler's wife, Maria Elisabeth. True pioneers stay always true to their purpose. When times get difficult, new challenges arise, and disruptions threaten the world to pause, they continue to explore. At Schaeffler, we pioneer motion.
The idea of pioneering motion is today as relevant as in the past. With our roadmap 2025, we want to take this idea to the next level. In doing so, we leverage the great heritage of our founders and focus on the many opportunities we have as a preferred technology partner for our customers.
Electrifying mobility, manufacturing smarter, reducing CO2 emissions, making energy production clean. Schaeffler pioneers motion to advance how the world moves. Schaeffler. We pioneer motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm digital welcome to Schaeffler. Welcome to the Futury team in Frankfurt that is managing this great initiative in a wonderful manner. Welcome to our other corporate partners of the Mission 4, and a special welcome to the 20 young talents and the 5 project teams who are pitching today. Certainly, we would have loved to have you here with us in Herzogenaurach and show you some of our factories and our office spaces. But health, ladies and gentlemen, in these days comes first. So in these times, it's absolutely fine to meet each other here in this virtual space. Ladies and gentlemen, you just saw the latest Schaeffler film. What does it take to move the world? You heard that question already. This is how our short introduction video has started. Whatever moves people and goods from A to B, let it be a car, a truck or a motorbike, a train or a ship, a cable car, or even an airplane or a bicycle, you will find Schaeffler products in there. But it's much more than that. Whatever moves, anything you can imagine, think of robots that are used everywhere in modern automated production processes. Or think of clean energy and wind turbines. Did you know that we as Schaeffler are nearly in almost 1 out of 2 wind turbines in the world with our products and our technology? From these examples, you see what we stand for. We pioneer motion. This is our new claim. And this is not only new, we do it since more than 70 years. You just saw it a minute ago. And we do it with an entrepreneurial spirit and with a very long-term view. In this little leather case that you see here, you can find the cage-guided needle bearings that were invented by our founder, Georg Schaeffler, who was in any way a true pioneer 70 years ago. And this is why you still find these products today. Let's take this one example. This is the latest generation of the so-called planetary gear bearing. This product focuses on high performance and reduced friction. You can find it in different applications, for example, in torque converter automatics, and in coaxial e-axle, including in the latest Audi e-tron model. Or let's take this one. This is one of the so-called machine needle roller bearings. Its main characteristic are high accuracy and low friction. It is mostly used in industrial applications such as hydraulic pumps, as well as printing and machine tools. To produce such products, you need the capacity to achieve highest precision and perfect quality, even in mass scale production. This is, ladies and gentlemen, what makes Schaeffler special. Some can do precision, some others can do mass production, but we can do both. This is one of our unique selling propositions, and we are very proud of it. Sure, today automated machines, computers, and robots are all helping a lot. However, at the end, it takes real people, in particular in the digital world, real people to produce real things. People who are designing the perfect product to respond to a customer-specific need. People who engineer the production processes. People who design the machines that produce the products. People who operate those machines in our factories and who deliver our products in time and in best quality to our customers. And many other people taking care of everything what's needed to manage a large global company like Schaeffler. More than 80,000 women and men around the globe who are contributing to our success. So what does it take to move the world? Of course, it takes products. But even more so, it requires the right people and the right talent. And after this introduction, this is why, ladies and gentlemen, why the Mission 4 project is so important to us. It gives us impulses and new ideas how to further improve whenever work needs to be done. And to make Schaeffler an even more attractive employer in the future, particularly for the upcoming generation of pioneers. Getting the best people on board, developing their skills, engaging them for the company and for our corporate purpose. This is condition number one for the success of our company. Young people today, pioneers today, think different. They have different sets of priorities. Status symbols, such as individual offices or a company car, are not that important anymore. Much more important is the possibility to work in a flexible environment, in a sustainable, digital, and diverse environment, and to spend time by doing things that make sense and that matter. Ladies and gentlemen, the current crisis has shown very clearly that a company that wants to win, in particular in great times of uncertainty, needs to be able to offer three things: orientation, identification, and a real purpose. Orientation is particularly important when big changes are happening. We are undoubtedly in such a phase. Our industry, our sectors for sure, but all other companies as well, the entire world. Second, identification. What is a company, what does Schaeffler stand for? Can our young talents identify with the company or with the organization that we work for? This is why we invest in our brand and our new image campaign that you see on the screens. And last but not least, number 3, what really counts, ladies and gentlemen, is purpose. The purpose at Schaeffler is we pioneer motion to advance how the world moves. Now enough about Schaeffler. Let us have a first look to the work of the 5 mission teams. For that, let me involve my colleagues who have been supporting these teams in their work at Schaeffler and in their constant dialogue and making their projects real successes. Christoph Heurung, you are the first Schaeffler contact for the team OffiSense. And besides that, you are the overall project manager for Schaeffler in the mission. How did you, Christoph, experience the overall mission 4? And what did impress you most with your team?
Yes, hello. For me, it was a great, and it also is a great opportunity to be the Schaeffler responsible for Work Be Next. I had the pleasure of working with young talents, discussing their ideas, giving them feedback, sharing my knowledge, connecting them with Schaeffler experts, and also working together with other corporate partners. It was a very inspiring time for me, especially the networking, which is very important to our success as Schaeffler, but also for the mission. And the mission is a great example how networking can help to change things. Regarding Team OffiSense, I think they are addressing a really important topic, mental health. Our employees in the home office are separated from their campus and their colleagues. We have to keep in touch with them, motivate them, and help them not to feel isolated. I think OffiSense's ideas can help show our employees that they are part of our Schaeffler family.
Thank you, Christoph. Let's go to Andreas, Team Carbonator. Andreas, sustainability is an important value of the mission project, and it's also a top priority for Schaeffler. How do you see the aspect of sustainability across the teams and specifically for Team Carbonator, which you have been coaching?
So for sure, we see sustainability as a top priority and as an important value. Sustainability for us at Schaeffler is to establish a balanced approach between the economical, ecological, and social aspects. With Work Be Next being the claim of the cooperation with Futury, we can observe that the focus of sustainability within the teams has been rather put on the social dimensions, ranging from better qualifications to increased employee satisfaction and employee well-being. At least indirectly, the ecological dimension has also been in the focus of several teams on a more general basis in reducing the carbon footprint by increasing the attractiveness from working at the home office. And about the economical dimension, here we will learn more today in the final pitches. From our point of view, from the Schaeffler team general, we view Team Carbonator as having the greatest potential from all teams in the sustainability dimension if they succeed in structuring the vast amount of sustainability data in a precise and easy to handle way and bring it directly to the decision makers and possibly also to the employees of corporates.
Thank you, Andreas. That gives me the opportunity to say again that somehow sustainability and digitalization go hand in hand. Data will be important also to achieve our sustainability goals. Now let's come to the team Optimo. Florian, continuous learning and upskilling, particularly for production workers, in particular at Schaeffler, was the scope of your team. We are very proud of our production, we are very proud of our plans, and we are very proud of the many, many people that have worked also during the crisis in our plans. Can you describe the idea of the team and what is the relation towards Schaeffler?
Yeah, well, the Optimo team tackles a crucial need of our industry. How can we enable our existing shop floor workforce to master the change we're in? Yeah, digitalization and the shift to mechatronics change the shop floor in a fast pace, and our employees need to catch up. Schaeffler needs support in finding who needs what trainings to develop their skills and when those trainings can take place in the packed schedule of operations. The software tool of Optimo will cover all this and moreover enables management to track the learning journey of production segments, plants, or even the whole company. So the offering of Optimo is one essential building block to bring the vision of a skilled workforce to drive the change to life.
Excellent, Florian. Next team, another Florian from Schaeffler. Florian, team PlanCo also worked on a project dealing with needs and challenges of colleagues working in factories. What is the most impressive idea here? And do you think this could be realized in one of our locations?
It is nowadays somehow easy to implement a digital solution for our colleagues who work in office areas. And this is the reason why I like the idea of Team PlanCo so much, because this is a solution for our colleagues in the production areas who have a 60% share of all our employees. So PlanCo could bring in an easy way a digital communication platform to these colleagues and enrich with services from local business partners, which in turn brings missing flexibility to them. So, and to your second question, I'm sure we could realize the implementation of PlanCo in one of our German plants, because the evolution of PlanCo's idea is based on various interviews and researches in 2 of our production facilities and reflects their ideas and needs. So it would be only natural to realize it.
Thank you, Florian. The latest team is the team FlexOffice. Another great idea. And I go to Patrick. Patrick, flexible work will definitely continue to be a top priority in the new normal after the crisis. And your team is making a great proposal in this direction, dealing with co-working spaces. Is this something that can fit into the mindset of Schaeffler office employees?
Yeah, definitely. So from my point of view, this is something which fits pretty well into the mindset of our office employees. So based on several surveys we conducted in the last months, and also based on the frequent feedback we already received for the proposal, we know when the pandemic situation will be over, most of our colleagues, they will prefer a flexibility in their working spaces. And they prefer a kind of hybrid working model, working 2 to 3 days in the office and the other 2 to 3 days working from somewhere else. Might it be at home or at a flex office space, which is closer to their home. During the last years, we already made very good experiences within Schaeffler with such open office spaces within our premises. They provide a lot of flexibility. And to extend this offer, even for locations outside of the Schaeffler buildings, this will be probably very much appreciated by our colleagues. And on top of this, from HR point of view, offering the option to use flex offices, it will be another strong argument when it comes to defining our employer brand and strengthening our image as an employer, which offers state-of-the-art and super modern working conditions.
Thank you, Patrick. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this Mission 4 came with somehow challenging circumstances, and we would have loved to have these great teams here in Herzogenaurach, in our offices, in our plants, and to see them interact. So the fact that they brought all these good ideas together, I think is even more noteworthy, and I really want to thank the 20 young talents and the teams, but I would also like to thank very much my Schaeffler colleagues who took care of the teams and who served them as sparring partners during the last months in a difficult time, providing them with their views and certainly experience, useful information from the company and from the real world. 5 gentlemen, as you saw, which is not an untypical situation in engineering and technology companies, I have to say. But if you think that women have no space at Schaeffler, you're completely wrong. Let me ask you therefore my next question to our global head of HR strategy, a bright colleague, a very strong talent, Helen Schropp. Helen, would you come on stage, at least digitally? You're heading the global HR strategy for Schaeffler, and you are leading, for good reason, our People and Culture program in the Roadmap 2025. All Mission 4 teams have worked on innovative, but also very concrete and pragmatic proposals to improve working conditions and quality of life for workers in factories, as well in our offices. How do these proposals fit into Schaeffler's HR strategy, and in particular with regard to our program People and Culture? Helen, please.
Yeah, thank you. Well, as you know, the vision of our People and Culture sub-program is to empower people for joint success based on high performance. So this means as a company, we aim to provide our workforce with an environment that empowers them to perform at their best. And I think the last months have shown us quite impressively that this will become even more important in the future. As my colleagues already pointed out before me, I think the ideas of all teams have tackled really important key topics to establish this environment for an empowered workforce. For example, one important lever I see is to provide more flexibility for our colleagues in the offices, but also for our colleagues in the factories. And Team PlanCo and Team FlexOffice have developed very interesting business ideas in this regard. Another important lever is to provide information in such a manner that our employees are able to make informed choices and decisions. As you already said, sustainability is becoming increasingly important, and as suggested by Team Carbonator, information on sustainability. As you know, qualification has always played a major role in Schaeffler's HR strategy, and future qualification of our workforce in the factories and in the offices is one of our key initiatives under the People and Culture sub-program. And this qualification will remain one of the main pillars when talking about environment. I think Team Optimo provided really interesting insights to address the qualification needs of our shop floor employees. Last but not least, and as our leadership essential, care for people shows the well-being of our workforce is something we take really seriously here at Schaeffler. Of course, the new normal poses new challenges for us promoting the well-being of our employees. And I think that Team OffiSense and Team PlanCo have shown quite interesting solutions to promote mental, but also physical well-being in an even more digitized and dynamic environment. So also from my side, a big thank you to all the teams for the inspiring ideas and impulses.
Thank you, Helen. Good to hear that you, as our global HR strategy head, found this so inspiring. I also believe that the mission teams have done a great job in choosing and presenting and further developing topics that are really important for a company like Schaeffler. The next and my last question, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Mrs. Elena Müller. Elena runs our global corporate venturing activities here at Schaeffler. Elena, welcome to the stage. And here's my question. You're responsible for our relationships with the startup world, and among other topics, for our collaboration with the startup incubator Zollhof in Nuremberg. These days, everyone thinks that startups only happen in the Silicon Valley, or maybe in Berlin and Frankfurt. But don't overlook the Zollhof in Nuremberg. It's a great location, and some of the finest ideas have come from there. Do you see any collaboration potential here with the projects elaborated by the Future teams?
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeldt, for the question. So yeah, that's really interesting, to be honest. I'm about to screen 1,200 startups per year together with our trusted partner Zollhof. And we actually have to decide really quickly whether we see synergies and the strategic fit to our Schaeffler technologies and growth fields. So this means only the startups that are really having a fit can hop on our shortlist to continue the journey further. So if we talk about the 1,200 startups in the beginning, we usually end up with 15 to 20 startups per year that we really do pilot projects with and continue the journey. So now being part of the mission, Work Be Next, I really had the opportunity to observe the young founders from the very first idea to the final pitch today. And I'm really, really curious now to see the real prototypes, because this was a really special experience for me. And I could truly see that all of the young entrepreneurs showed really, really great spirit and also resilience throughout the last 3 months. So, but coming to that, to be honest, the next 3 to 6 months will be really decisive and critical for the teams. So they have to bring everything that they basically established now in theory in a prototype. They really have to bring it into a real technical functioning solution, which means that they would also need to have real customer feedback during this time in order to accelerate the time to market and basically at the end of the day to create a desired product. And here Zollhof comes in. Zollhof is our long-term trusted partner in the Bavarian region, and they really help young tech entrepreneurs grow. Basically, they have, I think, about 50 to 60 startups every half a year, and they help them to really go to the market. So with Zollhof, we do have the experts, especially in the field of technology, to bring the prototypes that we currently have into a technical backend and front-end solution, but also help them to redefine the business models. And then when it comes to Schaeffler, so we, of course, do see a great advantage because we are really close to the team. So, for example, our Schaeffler IT and digitalization team in Nuremberg, but also our global headquarter in Herzogenaurach is really close, and we can continue to mentor the teams further, but also to really provide them the real user data they need. Just take the example of PlanCo. So they can now really involve with our blue collars in Herzogenaurach in order to do or to basically accelerate their upcoming testing phases. So to put that into a nutshell, we will definitely aim to be one of the very first customers of the teams. And I'm looking forward to that, to reach that latest in summer. So thanks a lot. And I really wish you great pitches today. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. This sounds all very promising. And I'm very glad that we can offer some further support. And I really look forward to seeing some really great developments out of the teams that we supported in the last 3 months. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, that's all from Herzogenaurach. Enough being said from my side. I can only stress again, we need in these troubled times with the uncertainty around us, we need optimism, we need young people that want to change the world, and we need lots of great ideas, pioneers, entrepreneurs. So once again, a warm welcome to all of you, to the 20 talents that have worked with us in the last 3 months. It's now the time to hear it directly from you, from the project teams. I wish you all the very best in the pitch. What a great moment. We look forward to your final presentations. The line goes now back to Frankfurt, where the teams are waiting for us. Vanessa will will guide us through the final pitch. Thank you very much and good afternoon. Hand over to you, Vanessa. All the very best. Thank you very much. And a very interesting pitch.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosenfeldt. And thank you also to the mentors of all of our teams in the last 3 months. I think this already gave an amazing and good introduction of what the teams have been working on. So on behalf of Futury, on behalf of our mission initiators, and also on behalf of all the partners who had been involved in the mission in the last month, I would like to welcome you from our end here in Frankfurt in the Tech Quartier to our mission, Work Be Next. My name is Vanessa Kempf, and as the overall program director of the mission and in Futury, I will guide you through the day today. So let's have a look at the agenda. Yes, let's have a look at the agenda. Okay. give it another. Yes, here we go. Perfect. That's good. All right, let's have a look at the agenda for today. So we just had the quick introduction and welcome from Schaeffler's side. I'll keep it short because there had been lots of said already to the teams, and I'm sure you're extremely excited to finally see and hear them. So I'll just do a very minor recap of what happened in the last 3 months. Then I'm handing over to the first team, which is OffiSense, followed by Carbonator. We have a little break in between, 20 minutes, then followed by another 2 pitches with Optimo and PlanCo. Another break, then we have our final pitch with FlexOffice. We will round off the day with a very great corporate partner panel later on with Charlie Müller. There will be a short outro and then end of the live stream around 6 o'clock. Okay, so where did we start? Just a very minor short recap. We started end of October with our onboarding week here in Frankfurt with the teams, followed then by kickoffs and the interim pitch, as you know, and today we're at the final pitch. So to say, this is kind of also the end of the program. And as pictures most of the time say more than words, I would just like to share some of the pictures of that great moments we had. So we had the onboarding week, end of October, where the teams get together, they got to know each other. And this was also combined with our mission summit. So after a year of the mission, we have done an amazing summit and looked at the year past and brought everything together. And at the same time, we kicked off our program. Then also important to note, we had our value sessions. As you know, we strongly work together with the Werte Stiftung. It's important for us also that team works on their values, also on the sustainability aspect. So we had amazing workshops. As you can see, most of them, they happened remote with Miro and other great tools. We followed on with the interim pitch. You might recall still when we had the teams here first time in the studio, which they enjoyed a lot. And then finally, this is the last week or the last weeks before the final pitch. You can see there was lots of excitement, testing out and everything. So the teams are ready now. So OffiSense will be first. OffiSense is the team that was looking into the challenges in terms of homework, office work at home, hybrid work at home, and being connected and feeling connected with the other employees. Then we had our team Carbonator, who looked into sustainability measures, as we heard. We had our team Optimo, or have our team Optimo, looking into upskilling and how they can upskill the plant workers. Then we have another team, PlanCo, who's looking into benefits for the plant workers. And lastly, we have our FlexOffice team, who's looking into the office close by and what can be done in terms of co-working spaces in rural areas and what solutions are out there. So enough from my end. Everybody's already quite excited. So we're going to start off with the first team, just very briefly how that works. So we have our 5 teams, as I was just mentioning. And after each team, we have 20 minutes feedback. We have an assigned jury for the feedback. So this is approximately another 20 minutes. And then we're kind of following on with the other pitches. All right. Okay. So are you ready for the first team, which is OffiSense? So I'm handing over to our OffiSense team. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Vanessa, and welcome to our presentation, to our team. It's OffiSense. So, as OffiSense, I first introduce to you our agenda. First, we will have a short look into our introduction. How did we come up with the topic and what was the journey over the last 3 months? Then, we look at the problem scoping. How did we come up with our problem? How did we identify it? And then, for the user needs, how did we specifically solve a problem for users? Then, we go to our solution, which will be introduced by my colleague Annie. Further, we take a look at the business case. How can we turn our idea into a business? Then, an outlook for the steps following the mission in the next weeks and months. So, what does the future of work look like? Work be next is the topic of this mission. We know COVID-19 really pushed the frontiers of how office changed over the last months. We saw hybrid solutions become dominant. Employees stay at home, they work remote, only partly coming to the office a few days a week. So this has dramatically changed. First estimations guess that around 30% of all office seats currently in existence could be redundant within the next 7 years. So, let me ask you, are you really ready for the future of work? Now let's take a look at classic issues already within the company resulting outside this current challenge of remote working. There are barriers between departments. Let's take communication barriers between the marketing department and sales department. It's typical. Little information bubbles are created and they communicate with each other, but not really between the departments. On top of this can also occur between hierarchies. Means the executive level, for example, plans a strategy, while on the other hand, the departments don't really know what the strategy is because the communication there is blocked. This goes in both ways. And now, with the future of work basically in front of our doors, new barriers occur. Basically, every single employee working remote is an own information bubble, meaning information is harder to share when you sit alone in your house rather than in the office talking with colleagues or together in a conference room, for example. So this is a real challenge which adds to the existing information challenges already existent in companies. So, what is our vision as OffiSense? Our vision as OffiSense is to take these new occurring barriers and tear them down. We want to bring employees together and create a united workforce, no matter how the future of work might look like, especially with regards to the challenges of hybrid offices. How did we come up with this? Well, we talked with your employees, we talked with HR managers. In interviews, quantitative and qualitative research, we got feedback such as meeting colleagues should be as easy as pressing a magic button. So we're like, okay, it has to be very easy and very easily accessible especially. Further, the daily life has a lot of uncertainties. Not every day can be 100% planned. So availabilities change and the tool has to adapt to the day of the employee, not the other way around. We learn through existing tools that often these starters of the conversation are quite repetitive. So it's about like, how is the weather or in which department do you work? You don't really feel connected if it's so forced. So we also took a look at this. What we came up with is we created a magic button. You know, now it is about instant meeting. You have time and availability, you click into OffiSense and you get matched and can start your meeting in the next minutes in the coffee kitchen. It's instant. No more complicated scheduling through calendars. Availabilities change, so we create different opportunities. You can meet for a coffee break instantly or plan a lunch meeting if you want to meet more colleagues than just one, and on top of that also have more time. If we then look at the conversations like, oh, I don't want to talk about the weather and you know, that doesn't give me the vibe of being united and it's forced, we came up with interest-based matching. Now employees can talk about things they really, really care about. Professional interests, private interests, they know the other shares some of these interests and the basis on the conversation changes drastically. We also did the research on the HR managers. We got responses such as, we want to bring employees together that normally wouldn't meet. As seen before, there are barriers between hierarchy levels, between departments. We took a look at this, how to fix it. Further, current solutions work with Excel sheets. And this, especially in big organizations, can be quite a challenge. We also took a look at this and introduced OffiSense as an easy solution to organize and bring employees together. Further, HR managers do not always really know what is going on in their company. So they told us we're interested in what employees care about and we want to organize more targeted events and panels and maybe even use it for career development. So we also found a solution for this. The first step, we are using interest-based matching. It doesn't matter if you're the executive or if you're working as a normal starter fresh out of university in the marketing department. You are based by interest, not by level in the company. Further, no more Excel tools. OffiSense is integrated into tools you already use, such as Microsoft Teams, making it very easy to be used also by the HR department to organize it rather than to control Excel sheets. And on top of this, we create a dashboard which shows which are the top interests within your company, giving insights into what employees really like professionally and privately, and then empowering the HR department to cater closer to these needs. Now, I will give over to Anni, who will introduce to you our solution OffiSense in more detail.
Thank you very much, Leon. Now we have seen what we try to accomplish. Let me show you how we want to do this by showing our prototype. I first will show you the prototype from the employee side and then also the HR dashboard. As OffiSense is integrated within Microsoft Teams, it's very easy for the employee to just edit from the App Store. After doing so, the employee can select a password and sign up. In the next step, our user Michelle then decides which information she wants to share with OffiSense as well as with her colleagues. She selects her gender, her age, and also the languages she speaks. After this, she can go on and pick her personal interests. Michelle likes to do team sports, watching TV series, and she's also interested in learning new languages. Perfect, now she can go on and also pick her professional interests. Here she is also presented with various options she can pick from. But as work interests are a bit more detailed than personal ones, she can describe in detail what those interests really mean to her. For example, in leadership, she is interested in empowering her employees. After completing her interest profile, she is then ready to start socializing. When she enters the tool, she firstly can pick whether she wants to meet in person or virtually. She decides to meet virtually, and then she can also choose between a lunch date or a quick coffee break. She decides for coffee and enters the coffee space. Once she does this, OffiSense is searching for a colleague that has similar interests like her to match them both in a video call. Perfect! OffiSense has found a match that has the same interests as her. Then it also provides them with an icebreaker to start a conversation. Now Michelle can call Christine and both can have a coffee together. After the meeting is completed, OffiSense suggests to give a badge to the other colleague, to show appreciation for the call and also to end it on a positive note. On a personal dashboard, employees can see which badges they themselves collected, as well as who they met before, to reconnect, for example. On the right side, you can also see that every meeting contributes to a community goal. What does that mean? Every meeting gets transferred, for example, an amount of trees that are being planted. This not only fosters community, but also sustainability. So now you have seen the employee side, let me go on to the HR dashboard. HR can see how actively people are using the tool and whether there are differences between groups. But more importantly, it can show trends and interests of their employees. Thereby, HR can plan events and seminars that are matched on the interest of their employees. All right, that was it from my side. And I give over to Leon again.
Thank you very much, Anni. So, now let's sum up the benefits for your company. First, we care about your employees' health. OffiSense connects your employees when they sit alone in their home office, increasing their well-being. Further, we improve your productivity. OffiSense helps you to create connections between employees, increasing the sharing of knowledge. Further, social cohesion is also improved. Many companies have different offices on top of now having many remote workers. We connect them all together to create a united workforce. Further, we also foster sustainable values, which probably also very much align with your own goals in the future, now that sustainability becomes even more important. Therefore, we make you ready for the hybrid future of work. Now, let's take another look at this. Why does a positive corporate culture matters? Employees are up to 300% more likely to say they love their company if they are connected. OffiSense connects your employees. Further research has shown that companies outperform competitors by up to 202% if they have engaged employees. This gives you a competitive edge in your already competitive market. Talking about markets. We did some market sizing for Germany. We identified 14.8 million office workers in Germany in total, which can be addressed with OffiSense. We filtered this down to 4 million office workers in selected service industries, which we see as most fit for the solution of OffiSense. Then we took a look, where do these 4 million work? And we identified around 3,000 companies with more than 250 employees, since we believe you need a critical mass to make, for example, these instant matching possible. Our revenue streams. We have 3 revenue streams. One is the implementation fee. To set OffiSense up and to onboard your employees, we have a one-time implementation fee to get you ready to go. The second one is a license fee. This one depends also, of course, on the amount of licenses purchased by the company. The license fee is a recurring income through monthly fees per user. Then we have feature fees. We'll come to this in the next slide, which is basically about deciding, do you want just the basic product of OffiSense, or do you want an advanced or even customized premium version? Taking a look at our cost structure, it's quite standard at the beginning. Because we want to make OffiSense a reality, we'll need to hire some people, we need to get social and marketing going, and on top, set our office ready and get some technology to make this a reality. So, coming back to the product bundles. We have basic, advanced, and premium. In premium, you have the opportunity to meet only online. Further, you can only match after personal interests. We give you some general icebreakers recommended by us. The HR dashboard also gives you basic insights into your workforce's interests to plan your events. The reward system you are linked to is our reforestation plant a tree system. So this is always part of our product, no matter which bundle you choose. In the advanced bundle, you can also meet offline, additionally to online, and especially with regards to interests, the professional interests are added as well. You can personalize the icebreakers for example, your corporate needs and what is important in general, topic-wise in your company. And in your HR dashboard, you have advanced insights, which are more than just some KPIs, like in the basic version. You also are linked to the Plant a Tree initiative of ours. Further, you can give the badges, the feedback badges, after every meeting. Now let's take a look at our premium product. You meet online and offline if you want to. You are matched after personal and professional interests. And you can personalize actually your icebreakers, making them even more fitting to your workforce as well. So the HR dashboard here has the unique opportunity to be also linked to your other softwares you use within HR management, and also gives you the option to introduce some of your own KPIs you want to measure. The reward system here is custom. So if your company, many have foundations, have a cause which really matters to their heart, they can actually make their employees contribute to the shared cause the company anyways already supports, making it more custom. Further, you also get the feedback badges after every meeting. Further integration is planned for premium customers, for example, Zoom and Slack. And to make OffiSense even more part of your company, you can brand it in your corporate design. Looking at our competitors. OffiSense offers plug-and-play integration. We offer you instant meeting, no long planning, no calendar entries. We offer you professional and private interests, which is pretty unique on the market, and offer you the hybrid meeting model of meeting online or offline. Further, they are the only ones who have sustainable community goals, putting sustainability into the center of our idea. OffiSense is the only solution on the market which unites all these points I just mentioned, making it a unique opportunity for your company to only use one tool to really manage the knowledge management within your company and bring employees together. To wrap it up, there's no additional tool needed. We integrate what your employees use every day. For example, Microsoft Teams. We connect employees based on interests, not on hierarchy levels, not on belonging to departments. We make it possible to meet instant and spontaneously, no complicated long planning needed. And we provide the company with unique insights through the corporate dashboards we provide for HR. Let's take a look at our roadmap. So this is the final pitch. We present to you our MVP solution, which was introduced by Anni. We want to secure now some first financing to make our product a reality. And we want to onboard you as prototype users in the near future. Then we go into our acceleration phase, starting approximately March. We want to further refine our business model and product after your feedback, and also get programmers to make it a working pilot. Further, we want to then raise additional financing to found our GmbH in the founding process starting around July. So then, in the scaling process, we want to onboard you as potential users, use your feedback, improve it, and then scale our product also into the market. Which team does this? Who makes this idea possible? Who brings this idea into the market? There's Anni, Ops psychologist. So we really understand what people need in your company. Then there's Samira, our user experience designer, who knows how to make it pretty and make it work so that everyone can use it, being an inclusive work tool. And then there is me, who will make sure that this business is not just an idea, but will become a proper startup. Now, I thank you very much for your attention, and we are now ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Leon and team. So I'm quite proud and happy that we have an amazing jury with us, giving feedback on the ideas. So we have a fixed jury on the left side. We always have Jürgen Henn from Schaeffler with us, commenting and giving feedback on the idea. We always have someone from Bain with us. So in that round, it's going to be Lars Dingemann from Bain & Company. We have Dr. Tobias Raffel with us from the Werte Stiftung, and then some more feedback givers. So we have Annette Judek from the Deutsche Bundesbank, and I've heard that Rebecca Keating from TeamViewer and Cordelia Müller from Manova, they're having currently some problems dialing in. However, I would suggest we're starting off with our first round. So I'm very happy to hand over back to the team to give their answers and discuss with our corporate partners on their idea. So thank you very much, and over back to Anni and Leon and the team.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So the first round goes to Schaeffler. Jürgen, we are excited about your feedback.
Hi. Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think story told very well. So fully understood the story and also the benefits. I liked your kind of key topics in terms of breaking down barriers. I think that's a very important topic. I think we all face that in our companies. And so barriers, then the instant meeting, virtual and hybrid, I think these are all the kind of compelling, call it the value propositions. So that's fine, fully understood. Where I'm a little bit thinking about is how can you really bring it to the market and get it really included into corporations like Schaeffler. I think you're on the right path with thinking about how can that be integrated into something like Teams, etc. And I think for me, it's a key topic in order to move forward. Think further about how that gets integrated into a corporate environment. And collaboration tools is one example. But if you think about the daily work of our office people, they work in a collaboration environment, but they also work in standard, let's say, other process-oriented systems, be it an SAP, a Salesforce, whatever. If you even think about combining these kind of tools and give an entry or a kind of exit out of these tools into your environment as well, is something I would really appreciate if you in the future think about that, because that makes it even more compelling. And in my view, if you think about having your engine with the knowledge of the private interests, the business interests, and the networking stuff as an engine in the back, feeding all these different systems, getting fed by all the data of these systems, that's exactly the right model. And I think you're exactly on that path, to my understanding. Where I'm not so sure yet is also your business model with the kind of the implementation fee, license fee, and these kind of things. I think it would be good to have a model where you get an easy entry into companies without first having a hurdle, oh, you need to pay an implementation fee and we have a period of getting it implemented, etc. So something which is really, as an entry, easily integratable into a company, and then you can expand on that. Something like that. I'm not sure if you have thought about that. Would be interesting to know if that's in your mind or what you think about that. But for me, that I think is definitely also a critical success factor in order to move forward. So overall, I think from our perspective, definitely something where we would be interested to see how that's further evolving, and how we can then maybe further support you also with, let's say, our knowledge, maybe even a pilot, so that we take a specific whatever business environment. We encourage our people to use that to see where are really the benefits and how can you move forward. So therefore, I think great idea. You're on the right path, and I would encourage you to continue, but think about even further getting integrated into this broader ecosystem of other players and company-specific environments.
Yeah, thanks
a lot.
That would be
my initial thoughts after the presentation. So,
thanks a lot, Jürgen. So, yeah, for example, our idea with integrating this into Teams is a first step. In the long term, we want to integrate it and connect it also to tools you already use within the departments. This was basically just as a starting point where we want to start. So regarding the business model, we are up for suggestions. We see ourselves as a B2B tool, and we don't want to just be a free solution that can be used. We want to be a proper HR tool integrated within your HR department. So we already make the barriers quite low by providing it as a plug-in download within Teams. And I think especially when we are in contact with HR to implement it, we make it very smooth and easy to then recruit basically the teams into OffiSense.
Mm-hmm. I think there will also be a kind of continuous feedback out of the usage from the employees where you can further enhance, especially in the context of the enterprises. And then do these kind of implementations with the fee, or I think what you call then the kind of feature area, also an important topic. So I think these are all very well thought through and good aspects in order to get it done. Yep. Okay, great.
Thanks a lot. So the next one would be Lars from Bain.
Yeah, thank you, Leon and Annie. Great presentation. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Great presentation. I think addressing a very important problem that was basically there before COVID and really got accelerated through COVID. And that's, how in organizations you bring together people for creative thinking, for culture building, for work together simply. So I think that there will be significant demand. You have researched the issue well, it seems. You bring clear insights from user interviews, from survey, with foundation for your ideas. This is great. I also think Jürgen said the integration into an existing solution is key. That's the right approach. So not basically another isolated solution that would likely not work. In terms of business model, I think one watch out for me, and that is basically how do you get once you made it into an organization, how do you drive the usage of the system, the uptake of users? And I've seen in the past in our organization, but also with our clients, companies trying to implement things like corporate social media systems, the Facebook for an organization, if you like, which glamorously failed because there wasn't really the value proposition for the users. So I would recommend you in the next step to really dig a bit deeper and really define the value proposition. Which needs is it really addressing of the users in the end? So this is not just another matching tool that could be, where the value could be also brought from other tools that are already existing. So that's to me still a bit a key question here. How do you make sure that people are really using this? I think it's potentially scalable, right? If you really bring that value proposition, there's a large market to be addressed. It is technically, if you use a platform like MS Teams, scalable. Economically, as it's basically a classic software as a service business model, this could be economically actually very interesting if you make it scale. I would also be with Jürgen in a bit, like think about at least in the beginning, how would you develop your fee model that you can acquire organizations as customers easily, and then through a distinct value proposition drive uptake and therefore earn your money. And once your solution is established, you can think also about other parts of your economic model like installation or consulting fees. But I think key will be to win your first customers, right? So maybe that evolves a bit over time. It's also a competitive market, right? I mean, there's many other players in this area, standalone solutions like you showed. I'm sure the companies like Zoom or people behind MS Teams, etc., are also working on something similar here to leverage their technology. So I suppose you need to be fast if you want to push this forward. But that would really be my key points. Overall, great pitch. Thanks a lot. Very energetic. It seems like you have a good team with complementary skills here put together. And yeah, that would be basically my input. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick answer to what value do we bring to employees. We know from our research that one of the key backside or not so appreciated things about these other lunch roulettes is that it's another meeting that they have to schedule. And what OffiSense does is really in the second provide you with somebody to grab a coffee with, for example, between meetings. So I think this is one of our core things that differentiates us from the market.
Okay, for feedback next would be Annette from Bundesbank.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether Bain or Wertestiftung is before me, but I can just go.
You can just start.
Okay. Okay, so I should just start. Okay, congratulations to your great pitch and your quite convincing product and to the way you have behind. Quite impressive what you had in mind at the beginning and what has come out now. Does it? I'm convinced it does, as you just stated, according to your research and according to what I realized in the meetings I attend, everybody emphasizes that there's a real lack of personal contact and of accidental meetings, and I think this is real something what has to improve since we do not know how long the situation goes on, and I'm convinced that even if we have it behind us, that your tool can really help companies and employees. And I think that although it might start just with a lunch, that it can easily come to working together in a project. Yeah, just that you bring together the people. I'm not the right expert to judge whether the business model is as good as it is, but I really like how easy to use for employees your tool is, and I agree with I don't know what before me that to buy the product should be as easy to you as to use it. Yeah, so I would think that it would be better to convince the company to make a business with you. Is there a market for you? Yeah, of course there are competitors. Nevertheless, I think the market is quite huge because in meetings with other authorities like ministries or so, I've realized that many of these have not such a solution. Maybe they use Excel tools or have quite simple tools or devices to bring the people together, but they just start thinking of better ways to do it. And as I said at the beginning, I'm convinced that that it can be a tool which will be even more needed in times when we might be more on the premises or so, and that it will be crucial for institutions to have such a tool and to stop working and thinking in silos, because as you might know, the better the network between the employees, the more successful the companies will, and the more resilient they will be. So I think you can be quite successful. Does it solve our corporate fit? We unfortunately do not use Teams. So maybe you can think about ways for companies and institutions to use your tool, although they do not have Teams. And what we also think, not just about getting lunch dates, for example, we also like, for example, to have kind of job shadowing or so. So we think a little farther. Nevertheless, as I said, I'm convinced that there are many companies and institutions who need such a tool like yours. So I'm convinced that it's a good tool and it's easy to use and agreeable, and so I like it quite a lot, and wish you good luck.
Annette, looking at the clock, thanks a lot for your insights from that side, especially since this came up. We see how we can make it even better and easier to onboard companies onto our platform. Now, getting back to Tobias Raffel from the Werte Stiftung.
Thanks, Leon, and great presentation. Congratulations from my side also. I mean, my colleagues in the jury have mentioned many topics already. Let me maybe add a few other aspects. First of all, I think the presentation was really to the point, well visualization, nice words, very easy to understand. So that was very professional. I liked it a lot. But I've also followed you as a team over the past 3 months, and I must say there was always a good team spirit. You had open discussions, you quickly found your roles and discussed issues well. So if I ask myself, would I trust you as a team? Would I invest in you as a team? Definitely yes. I think you also showed that you managed some difficult situations. I mean, at the very beginning, you lost 1 team member. You moved from 4 to 3. And then if I remember correctly, you also had a Corona case. So you managed with all these tricky situations, came up with a very convincing solution. The only question I would have here, and maybe you can comment on that, is the aspect of sustainability. You mentioned that especially on the social dimension, you create cohesion, social cohesion, you create a community, there are sustainable values involved. I think this part could have been a little bit stronger, and maybe you could say a few words about how your solution does not only bring people together, but maybe also push the idea that we as a society, as a planet, need to become more sustainable in the long run, and what your contribution to this is. That's maybe from my side.
Yeah. So our answer on this is we also have our challenges with, for example, planting a tree or adding this and fixing this to the corporate needs. So we put sustainability as an important part of our solution. So we want to engage employees to meet each other, and exchange information, but on top of this, also then contribute to a bigger goal. In our case, this was, for example, planting trees to support reforestation and sustainability. So all 2 big goals on the one side are, of course, social cohesion, as you mentioned, and on the other side, supporting sustainable projects by using our solution.
Yeah, and I think also a big part of sustainability is health, which sometimes gets forgotten. But I think with lowering the stress of employees that are working remotely, this is also a very important part of remote work and new work. Okay.
Yeah. So then the last one would be then, is Minerva TeamViewer there? Who is present? If
Yes.
they could join?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. Yes, again, thank you for the invitation, first of all, and yeah, congratulations from my side too. It was a very professional and very well presented presentation, so well done. As many of the points have been already mentioned before, and I agree with all of those points. Actually, I think this is particularly relevant now, just not only because of the pandemic, but I also see it as a potential opportunity for global organizations to really be able to collaborate international and global workforces, not only just because we're working from the home or working remotely, but also connecting different office locations. So I still think that this is a really relevant and important topic for not only HR, but also company leaders. And it's also a platform that I'm looking and very interested in looking at with our internal communications team. So happy to continue the discussions later on over the next couple of months if that works. But from a business model, yeah, sure. I think, of course, always interested to understand some of the pricing models around the different advanced premium or, different business or the different versions. I think that's always a factor to consider, not just user numbers and features. But for me, I think that the premium is definitely the most attractive. Having the employer or the branding of your company, I think, is also a very important feature to offer, and of course the integration of the tool into Microsoft or into Microsoft Teams, which we do use. So that is also an added bonus. But yeah, with other popular platforms for other companies as well. When talking about scalability, I think absolutely it was interesting to see the research that you've done on the German market, but I think also it's not you can look at companies that do have office locations in different regions. We certainly have that, and so we have a certain amount of employees in Germany, but a huge amount also in other parts of the world that can also connect using this tool. So I think that there's a huge opportunity there, and also looking at the integrations, as I mentioned before. I think that's another aspect that you need to consider if you want to make it attractive to those companies. Corporate fit, I really like the colouring and the designs that you've already got, but as I said, I think for me, I think it's really important to have that brand associated with the platform. I think that just brings a sense of belonging as much to the employees as possible. I also think that I've got a lot of notes here. I would like to really see how the lunch worked. The coffee is good, but it's a one-on-one interaction where I think I'm looking at ways to offer more informal group events like lunch hours, happy hours. So not huge numbers of people, but some people that want to get together as a group. And I think you mentioned that, but I would be interested to see how that type of a collaboration or event could take place. So that would be something that I think is, if you do offer it and it's seamless to join and to interact with more than one person, I think that would be a huge benefit to the platform itself. So yes, many other points, and thank you again. Really great topic, and happy to follow up as needed.
So yeah, we stay in contact and we can also talk about it. Of course, we had to limit our visualizations within this presentation a little bit, also due to time, which is why I now also have to sum it up and get you excited about the next team. Thank you very much for your feedback. It's very much appreciated by our team. It helps us a lot. And let's stay in contact to brainstorm and get this idea on the market. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
All right, also big thank you from my end for the time you spent and kind of also preparing and looking into the ideas and making up your mind about the ideas and what you can give the teams, what you can feedback the teams. So thank you very much for doing so. Yes, so we're moving on. So we're coming to our next team, which is Team Carbonator. So I hope you're all quite excited. You heard it's about measuring sustainability in the workplace. And I'm very excited to hand over to Team Carbonator. Over to Valentina.
So thanks very much, Vanessa, for the introduction. And good afternoon to every one of you at home sitting in front of their screens. I want to represent the Carbonator. My name is Valentina. And today, with my teammate Amin, we will guide you through our business idea. We went on a mission 3 months ago to innovate the future of work. And looking at the latest development, there's a clear tendency. The future of work will be all about sustainability. And there's evidence already today that sustainable business is profitable business. So looking at the capital markets, more than $30.7 trillion are in global sustainable assets. And also, 730 hard and soft law policy revisions were linked to sustainable innovations and investors more and more interested in environmental, social, and governance factors. Going to the other side, to the consumer market, we can see that products marketed sustainably have 5.6 times faster product growth than conventional products. And let's look at the most important stakeholder of companies, the employees. There's evidence that 16% higher employer productivity was measured in firms with great sustainability performance. So corporations worldwide already understood that sustainability is the way to go. 56% are already disclosing targets related to the Sustainable Development Goals. But the problem is, only 4% actually reach their sustainability goals. Since we know that people are the drivers for change and success in companies, we wanted to know what they have to say. So we conducted quantitative and qualitative research. And this is our finding. 75% of survey respondents do not consider environmental effects when making business decisions. So we wanted to dig deeper and find out what is behind it. We found the main reason, which was majority of respondents saying that they don't have access to comprehensive and useful information or lack the awareness of their decision's impact. And on the other hand, we found where to start tackling the solution. So we found out that C-level and management were held responsible for the sustainable decisions. So although sustainability seems to be a very hot topic on the market, in the companies, there's still lack of practice. So we want to change that. This is what we follow our vision, to incorporate sustainability to transform daily business management. And to take you on a journey, so you have an idea how it can work, I'm inviting you to meet Caroline and Thomas. So Caroline is a sustainability officer. Her goals are to improve the sustainability performance and create the annual report. So Caroline is dealing with sustainability issues on a daily basis. Caroline has a lot of frustrations. Gathering data for the annual report is a very complex and time-consuming process. She has to talk to all these people, providing her data inside and outside the company. And Caroline is also frustrated by looking at her colleagues who are just doing business as usual. They show little awareness and engagement. So while there's few Carolines in companies typically today, we will find a lot of Thomases. Like Thomas is a divisional manager. In our case, he's the head of production. His goals are to improve the production performance and to digitalize the production process to keep up with the competition. Thomas has a lot of workload. He has a lot of tasks and people to coordinate, and his main concern is decrease cost and increase productivity. because he has to justify department performance constantly. So Thomas is quite lost regarding the impact of business activities, since he's not dealing with this topic. He knows that the company is publishing a sustainability report, but he never has the time to read all these pages and to find out which data is actually relevant to him. So how can we help Caroline and Thomas to align their business activities? We present the solution, the Carbonator. The Carbonator is the collaborative platform centralizing sustainability data existent in the company and providing management with access to the data relevant to their business operation. So Caroline benefits from automatization and simplification of the data gathering process, and Thomas is empowered to make sustainable business decisions on a daily basis. So let's look at the side of Caroline, how this dashboard can look like. So this is the view of Caroline. You see a nice dashboard with clear color coding, so you have easy understanding of what the information means. At the side, you can see tabs that are indicating different functionalities. And since Caroline is a sustainability officer, she is entitled to see all the KPIs measured in the company. As you can see here, she just shows 6 KPIs that she wants to track on a regular basis. She can switch from monthly to annually. She can choose the KPIs and also switch the order. So everything quite easy. Before I go into deeper explanation of the detailed functionalities, I want to address a point first that was the biggest concern of corporate partners in the development phase, which was about data integration and implementation of the Carbonator and the IT landscape of corporates. So since it's a big concern, we already tried to explore the possibilities of implementing data. And the first feature we already coded was an easy single upload of one file and where we can extract data from. So as you can see now in the simulation, we can show you that we upload a CDP questionnaire, which is initiated by the Carbon Disclosure Project and mainly used for the sustainability reporting. So you can see here we just uploaded a PDF and the software is extracting all the data. These kind of PDFs is already existed in the companies from past reports. So we show you how we integrate historical data measured in the company, and here even transformed into the KPI measures we have shown you on the dashboard. So this is just that I want to show you first attempts of data integration, which we of course would explore further. And with growing maturity, we ideally have all the data displayed here extracted from the softwares you use in the companies. Initially, and also for companies who are just starting with sustainability issues, Caroline can use the Carbonator to automatize data management. So going on data management, Caroline will have all the overview on the automatized data requests that are set up for people that are providing data to her. She can set here different update dates like monthly, yearly, or quarterly basis. And as you can see here, the assigned people and the overdue date is measured by the software. To make Caroline's manual work as minimal as possible, the software is already sending reminders to, for example, in this case, Thomas, who is assigned to have a check on the material waste document. So switching to Tom's dashboard, we will see that Thomas will have in his notification the reminder of checking the data. He will find it very easily when coming to the dashboard in the notification box and also in the task box at the bottom of the dashboard. So for Thomas, it's clear what are the things required from him. This is how you can already see how Caroline and Thomas' view can be connected. So while these features are only serving for the accounts that are actually providing data for the sustainability department, we also want to present the Idea Lab, which is a feature that benefits everyone using the Carbonator. The Idea Lab is connecting people that are interested in sustainability topics to exchange on ideas and generate initiatives and events. Here, for example, Christian Müller invited Thomas to take part in the projects for development of KPI for material efficiency. The biggest value for Thomas of using the dashboard of Carbonator is the My Progress part. Here he can choose the KPIs relevant to his business area and track the progress on a regular basis. As we see here, an example of him tracking raw material waste is very prominent. Why would Thomas be interested in this? From using the Carbonator, he already knows that raw material is a very big emitter of CO2 emissions. So going in this KPI, he can have more detailed views on the increase and decrease of the amount produced. And since he knows that it's a big emitter, he knows that reducing it will also reduce CO2 emissions. And on the same side, it will also reduce cost. So Thomas, looking at this data, can help him analyze what is going on in his production. For example, in high increase can see that there is some inefficiency in the production process. With the dashboard here, he will have to analyze the data and can derive activities from here. For example, he will see the origin of the raw material waste will be a problem with a supplier, a bug in the machine, or the skill set of workers. So he will initiate activities to improve productivity, production processes, and improve quality, and by reducing costs and CO2 emissions at the same time. So now you have a sneak preview in the dashboard, an example of how companies can benefit from using the Carbonator. My teammate Amin will now show you the features that we have planned for the future.
Thanks, Valentina, for showing us the interactive dashboard of Carbonator. Now I'm going to give you a detailed overview of our features, which we will build in 3 phases. Let's take a look at our first 3 fundamental features. First, data management. This feature would be coupled with existing enterprise identity services, such as Azure Active Directory, to identify and assign data sources to any specific topic, and also keep the sources updated when any change is happening. This feature would also be coupled and equipped with a smart plausibility check, which reduces the risk of inconsistent and inaccurate data. The KPI visualization feature would allow us to set industry-specific KPIs based on the well-known sustainable guidelines. This feature here, our focus would be on output KPIs, which increases the stakeholder engagement. As our final goal is to optimize and automatize the full process of data collection and validation, we continuously look for novel ideas from insiders who are in touch with problems. That's why we defined the Idea Lab, which would serve as a place to share and track sustainability-related ideas. At this stage, by having these 3 features, we would be able to give service to our first target group, which would be sustainability department and any other department involved in data providing process. Moving to the next phase, we would introduce 3 new features. Initially, by having a look at the historical data of steering KPIs and establishing active data collecting channels, you would track your progress related to strategy. This feature would also serve as a forecast for future development. Moving on, we would have the department performance. Here, by having an organized database and looking into the inter-department relations, we would pin down each department's influence on the overall performance of the company. And eventually, by having our focus on decision-driven data analytics, we would have a process whereby listing frequent decisions, we would run several assessments considering relevant parameters for each decision, and this would allow us to find out the interlink between critical parameters and identify the missing ones. But at the end of this stage, we would be able to expand already our target group and give service to finance, procurement, and production department. Looking forward to expand our target group to all decision makers, we would introduce another 2 features. By having our comprehensive database and our strong data analysis tool, we would be able to provide lifecycle assessments for various projects and products. And eventually, by breaking down the contribution, we will calculate business individual footprint for each employee. Let's take a look at the business model. Here, considering the nature of our solution and the added features, our revenue stream would be different over time. However, overall, it includes implementation fee, which is based on a project basis and would differ for companies of different size and also depending on their activities complexity. Another important feature here is the required level of integration with existing ERP systems. Considering the number of users, different packages would also be defined and a subscription fee would be applying. As we move forward, added and updated features would also be a source of income for us. And when our solution gets more mature and our team gets more experience, we would be able to give consulting services on ESG matters, and this will also become a revenue stream for us. Moving to the cost, we believe that the biggest contributor here is the development of our software. And additionally, we also briefed that a tremendous amount of research is required as well. However, the research costs can be diverted partially by collaborating with advanced research institutes. Taking a look at the market, only focusing on Germany, there are 3.5 million companies overall. Considering the CSR directive from 2014, companies with more than 500 employees are required to provide a non-financial reporting. This would already shrink down our customer group, our available market, into 7,000 companies. And considering the current situation of sustainable management solutions and the trend that is happening, we believe by 2030 we would have at least 1/5 of the market, which would be 1,400 companies. I should also mention that this CSR directive is going to be revised in the first quarter of this year. So if the directive applied to more companies, our available market would also become larger. Looking at the major players in the market, on the competition side, we would have two different types of companies. The first one would be the companies who are data-driven. These companies are normally big companies which provide enterprise management solution and have access to big data. However, our research shows that their flexibility is questionable. On the other side, we have companies who are dealing with engaging employees on individual level. However, their focus is on bringing sustainability into their personal life. We stand ourselves in between. So here, because we are going to break down contribution, business-related contribution, and address decision makers on individual level. On the research-oriented side and the content creators, there are growing number of initiatives, for instance, Value Balancing Alliance, who are trying to define new methods for impact measurement. We would be able, by partnering with them, to help them to validate their methodologies in numerous companies. We should also take a close look at reporting organizations. Here, looking at their standards, we would be able to implement that and help our customers to find a suitable approach for them. On the standard side, we also should follow them closely, and we believe that partnering with them, it would be very valuable for them to share our experience on implementation challenges. Let me talk once more about our sustainable benefits. Whenever it comes to sustainability, transparency is key. Carbonator is focused on providing internal transparency and awareness through systematic disclosure of relevant data. We also provide enhanced stakeholder engagement by bringing about personalized KPI visualization and performance monitoring. Moreover, we are going to provide a more sustainable business management by evaluating the possible sets of action based on our credible database. I'm sure by now you all are very excited about Carbonator's value and the thing that we are going to provide. We are also very excited. We believe in our idea and we are going to continue as a team. After the mission, we will start with the accelerator phase together with you, and having your support by our side, we are going to refine our business model, develop an MVP, and define a solid market entry strategy while doing extensive networking. Achieving these goals successfully, we would move to the pilot phase. During this phase, we would like to do with you in different industries, different pilots, preferably in manufacturing industry, in banking and real estate sector, to validate our prototype and find out the possibility of integrating into the existing solutions. By July 2022, our solution would be ready for market entry, and then the creation and improvement process continues. Now let me introduce you to the full team behind Carbonator. Our designer, Carla, studied industrial engineering and has extensive experience on UX and UI design. Our project manager, Chris, studied mechanical engineering and business administration, and he also has strong background in social entrepreneurship. Our sustainability expert, Valentina, studied intercultural management with focus on sustainability and innovation. She also has the experience of working as a sustainability manager in an automotive supplier. And I myself, I'm the technology manager of the team. With PhD in material engineering and several years of research, I'm familiar with complex industrial environments. and currently doing a master in quantitative economics. I'm the person in the team who loves data and would like to deal with it in all aspects. While individual knowledge, expertise, and achievements is important for team success, I believe it's not enough. So here I would like to share a secret with you. During the mission, we were named as Team Harmony, and unnecessary to say that no great reputation comes easy. So let's build your sustainable reputation together. Thank you all for listening, and we are looking to your feedback. I would give over to Vanessa.
Wow, fantastic. Thank you very much, dear Carbonator team. A great pitch, great presentation, I think, and also amazing content you provided, what you put together in the last month. So we're getting back to our feedback round and to our jury list and participants. So we have again Jürgen with us from Schaeffler. Again, we have Lars from Bain & Company and Tobias from the Werte Stiftung. Plus, we have some new jury members. So there should be Wilhelm Mailand from the Deutsche Bundesbank, Anke Stübing from Nestlé, and Christine Blades from Ecolog. So I'm looking forward for your feedback and a discussion, and I'm handing over to our Carbonator team.
Plus, we have some new jury members. So there should be Wilhelm Mailand from the Deutsche.
So welcome for you feedback givers. And I would like to start with Jürgen Hahn from Schaeffler. I think we digitally met at the kickoff. So I'm excited to hear what you have to comment on our pitch today.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And great to see you again virtually. So really great story. I mean, I fully bought the story. So you told that very well. And I can confirm, I mean, my personal belief, but also speaking for all my colleagues at Schaeffler, I mean, we believe in all the topics you mentioned, that sustainability will be one of the key topics in order to move forward. I think you showed very well how it relates to the productivity aspect, the profitability aspect, that this is not a kind of burden if we do sustainability, it's a benefit. So very well done on that subject. I also liked what you really have shown quite well, in my opinion, is how you bring, or what with your idea, how you bring together this world of the people doing, I think you call it Caroline. So Caroline and Thomas have been the two characters, because that will be one of the key success factors. The people like Thomas in their daily work and with their daily decisions influencing what the impact is regarding sustainability. And on the other hand, the people who have a broader view and have to do the reporting and all that stuff. And it should not be a burden, not for one or the other. They should come together. You need to integrate it in the daily work. And that's what you exactly told. So getting it integrated in the daily business management, etc., just to reuse some of your phrases. So very well done. And therefore, I think, I mean, I definitely can confirm from a Schaeffler perspective and the fit, yeah, it's a check. So that fits to our thinking, that fits to what we want to further accelerate. So I'm really looking forward in further working with you, with all the colleagues we have at Schaeffler, because I think we can help to further develop the idea in your acceleration phase with exactly the topics which are, I think, critical for something like that. And you mentioned very often the topic of data. I mean, at the end, this is about data, the insights, that you have a proper baseline. And we have the data. So we can help you with, in a pilot environment, etc., to make some data available so that you can see how that works with your kind of tooling and getting the different aspects together. So definitely key topic in that area. One topic in order to move forward, regarding your business model, I was thinking when I heard the different aspects, that's all fine, fits quite well. I think that's the approach to go. I'm not sure if you could not even go a little bit further. I mean, if you really believe in the idea and the impact you can do with your solution, just a recommendation or an idea, maybe think about even going further with if you with your tool make an impact in a company, let's say like Schaeffler, and we can improve CO2 footprint, carbonation, etc., with the help of your tool, why not even getting further into a business model where if you can show that we make progress with your tool, you participate in this progress. So not the typical fee, we pay a license and that stuff. You benefit directly on the impact of your solution. And I think another aspect in that area is also, I think you could think about, call it a kind of recommendation engine. So if you have all the data and you link the two parties, the Carolines, the Thomases together, how can you maybe give Thomas more recommendations in his behavior? So not just showing, look, that's the impact, what you do, and this is a dashboard, but giving him a recommendation. If you would do things in a different way, it would have that and that impact regarding CO2. Something like that. Not sure if you have already thought about it, if that's on the agenda, but that's something I would like to see or would recommend also the way forward to think about. That could make a big difference. I think you also have a clear plan in the business model with your phases, how to move forward. I also liked very much that you have a kind of this, what I understood, kind of simple entry. So uploading existing reports, which we all have in our companies, getting that in, because that's not a big hurdle. And then you can already show the benefits, and then you do real-time access to the data, and so you can expand more and more. So I think that's a perfect approach, which I really liked a lot. So therefore, as a summary, great idea, very well presented, and I think has a big potential in the market, and definitely something which did raise our interest, and where we are really looking forward to continue the journey we have started together in your acceleration phase, and then see how that's further evolving. But maybe also this question repeating, did you think about this kind of recommendation engine or business model with participating on the business success of a client? Would be interesting to know if that was on your mind or what you think about it. Is it too fancy or?
Thank you so much, Jürgen. First of all, we love that you caught fire of our vision, our team. And exactly as we stated before in the acceleration phase, so we're really happy to have you on board. We want to redefine or refine further our business model. And I think you already brought a lot of very interesting ideas that we might have not been bold enough to think of already. So we're really happy to co-develop this one in the next phases. So thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thanks a lot.
So how about Lars from Bain & Company? Would you like to comment next?
Sure, happy to. And thank you both for the great presentation on behalf of your entire team. Well done. I think it's clear, we also heard Jürgen's feedback here. You are clearly onto something regarding a mega trend. I mean, across different industry sectors, all companies are looking into sustainability, how to measure it, how to report it, how to manage it, how to really make progress here, and providing a solution there that enables companies to do just that, I think can have great value if done right. Following the principle of only what gets measured gets managed, I think you may provide such a value. That's great. The questions that I had is, how do you really get to a sufficiently granular level of data transparency and data visualization so that it actually enables management, not just stay at a corporate level, but get to a meaningful level below the surface. So CO2 emissions by site, by core process of a company, electricity consumption or energy consumption by site, by process, that you really can pinpoint where the different developments are, where the leakage is, where issues need to be addressed, where you're making real progress or not. So thinking that through a bit. The question mark that I have is, how do you make it really meaningful to a sector? Because the KPI said that you're looking at for an industrial company like Schaeffler versus a, say, apparel manufacturer or a retailer is probably going to look a bit different apart from a few KPIs. So is there an opportunity for you to start prioritizing certain sectors and specialize in a way in order to be more relevant, make sure that you get to that right level of granularity to not just visualize existing things, but really develop a management system around sustainability along specific KPIs? I think that would be the biggest value here. I think you clearly realized the challenge of data and IT system integration into your product. I think it's going to remain a challenge because that's going to be a very different company by company, industry by industry, what you need to deal with. Also, that you don't just make it a static visualization of existing data, but really a system that connects to live and repeatedly updated data. I think that would be me something to look at. And then thinking your concept of, I think you called it an idea lab, a bit further. How do you enable your customers to not just visualize existing data points, but really enable them to create an action-oriented system with regards to sustainability, that they, analyze data, set up actions to improve on the different KPIs, track the progress, and then, measure along the way how to get better on each of those KPIs. I think that to me is a set of questions that you could address in the next phase. It's really inspiring that you already have a plan how to move on, and good luck with that. I'm very excited about your idea and
for raising all
like to
these
see the
valid
progress.
points. Yeah, and we believe that all the points that you raised make total sense to us, because we went through the research period and also talked with a lot of corporate partners, and most of these points we already thought of that, and it was not easy to incorporate here. But just to mention briefly, we are thinking that the KPIs also, when for instance SASB is bringing these KPIs industry specific, it's still too general for most of the companies. So we want to make them fit and go through the KPIs. When all the KPIs is fitting the companies, then we go and find out the data, and then the data is already categorized, and then we can come back to a granular view of the data and give it back to the people. So, but I think we should think about all the points that you raised and continue forward. Thanks a lot.
Great,
maybe now we can move forward to Tobias from Wertstiftung.
Yes, I mean, Valentina and team, great. I think sustainability is very much at the center of what you want to push, and I think you will be successful, because I think it's very convincing what you just presented, and looking at how your idea evolved, I think it gets better and better every time. And I think you were also one of the first team probably, who discussed how it would go on after today. So how you could then set up your business and develop your product further. So I think there's a long-term sustainable perspective in what you do also as a team, which is great. Talking about the idea, I like very much that you start on this positive note, on a positive narrative. Sustainability is profitability. It's something positive where you can make profit and change things not only in a more sustainable way when it comes to the environmental dimension, but also the social and economic dimension. And I think you mentioned all the important ingredients: good data, transparency. For your persona, Caroline, it's important that it's simple, simplicity. Then for Thomas, it's important that he is empowered. I think all these elements are very important. I was wondering, how do you actually convince them on an emotional level to use your product, to use Carbonator? Because on a rational level, that all makes a lot of sense to me. But what about the emotion level? How can you make sure that they really want to use it and that they have their heart also attached to your solution? I like the Idea Lab because that goes beyond the description of numbers and and calculations, I think. So maybe that is a great next step also in developing it. I mean, you described that you go step by step with 3 features that are already in place, and then you want to go on with more features. I think that makes a lot of sense, going step by step. When you presented this chart on how you want to pilot the product and then roll it out, I thought maybe you want to be even more ambitious. Having a pilot phase until summer 2022 is, of course, good if you want to really work on your product and make it really good. But maybe you can also think about rolling out some elements of your product before, because then you can also try and test as you go. So maybe that's one of the comments that I have. Plus, I like the idea that Jürgen mentioned, and maybe that is really a little bit of a crazy idea to link the success of your product to the fee model that you have. Yeah? If footprint goes down of your client, then you would earn more. I like this idea, and I think the question of how to incentivize users to really use Carbonator. This is an aspect that has to be well thought through, and I think you came up with many ideas already. And since you are a team Harmony, I think you will discuss and find a good solution to all of these questions together. Congratulations from my side.
Thanks.
I think sustainability is key, and you are the team who will really have an impact on that. Congratulations.
Thanks, Tobias. I feel like we have to get the feedback givers on our team, because you already have so many interesting ideas. So we're looking forward to co-develop with you and get to think through all this. I think due to time, we have to rush a little. So I quickly invite Wilhelm Mailand from Deutsche Bundesbank to comment.
Yeah, thanks very much. I would like to do that. We had some time during your mission, and we spent time on talking together. So I'm very, very pleased to see what you have done so far and what you have reached. It was a great presentation. It was a great, well-prepared presentation and well presented. Congratulations to that. And coming from the environmental management side, of course, I like the idea, and this was the reason to look closer into what you are doing and to support you and guide you on your way. What I like especially is that you responded to some of the ideas that we discussed, especially the thing of integrating existing IT systems, and finding a way to easily upload data to the system. And also that you have taken a closer look to the question. Different industries have different needs to use this tool. I think you are going to work further on this idea and this issue when you are implementing and when you're producing a pilot that can be implemented at the customer site. What I also like is your outlook, that you have an idea how to further develop the solution and to improve it to the customer needs. So this is very, very convincing to me. And again, we talked about the idea, and I think you are on the right track, on the right way to bring support and bring a business idea that supports as well the environmental and sustainability departments on one side, but also the business areas, the business departments on the other side, when it comes to reaching sustainability goals on a corporate level. So again, very well done and very well prepared so far. I know that there's a great team behind you. Again, we met several times, and I see competent people, I see dedicated people, and so I see a success in your future way. So we wish you all the best for your future, and we keep in touch, of course.
As you mentioned, it was really interesting for us, and we tried to implement all the feedbacks that we got through our research period and also talking with the corporates. And we are happy that you see now some of the features that you mentioned previously and some of the feedbacks that mostly came also from you in terms of difference between the sectors as well. We already thought of that, and we would be really happy to work with you more and more on these topics, because as I mentioned, we want ideas from the people who are in touch with problems, and that's where our path would be defined. And thanks a lot for your feedback, and we would be in touch and talk more on the issue.
Good.
So next would be Anke from Nestlé. Happy to hear your feedback.
Okay, hello everybody. You hear me? I have some difficulties in connection, and I think I also have lost in transition at least of. So hopefully, just give me a sign if you just hear me right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just start with my feedback and hope everybody can hear it.
Yeah, it's all perfect,
so
Anke.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for your business model, and already we had some touch points in between when you were creating and developing your idea. And I think you should rethink a little bit who should be in scope for your because I believe your tool would add a lot of value to companies who starts a sustainability journey, and to get the data transparency and the KPI decision and to take impactful decisions are very important. But for that, you need data transparency. And so it is important to have that, and KPIs we're showing should be integrated in each business decision or new innovations or whatever companies are planning. I think perhaps you should rethink a little bit who could be your company partners, because I think you can add a lot of value to smaller and mid-size companies, where you also can be then scalable. Like for bigger companies like us, Nestlé, we have tools because we started the journey already. We have KPIs in place. And we are big enough to develop sometimes our own tools because we need different figures, different things. So yeah, to focus somewhere else, I think makes sense. I had an idea when I just was discussing with our suppliers, and I asked them about CO2 footprint or other KPIs, sustainable KPIs, and especially the smaller and the mid one, they said. So I think there are big opportunities where you could really add value to their business, and so that they can answer the questions, for example, we as Nestlé ask to speed up the process in their companies, because we all need to speed up on sustainability, on our sustainability. We have a lot of time, and we only can do it together. So for that, thanks for your great idea. I always like the engagement the team has, believing in the ideas, and I think the tool itself is really great. But as already said, rethink perhaps a little bit partners in companies, customers.
Thank you very much, Anke. Yeah. First of all, we're really happy to hear that big corporations are on their way, right? That, as you said, like having a lot of instruments in place, and so this is something that we're really happy about. And as having Schaeffler on board is the company that has quite progressed in here. We think we'll have in the next phase, we will have very different perspectives, and we're really looking forward to test with a big range of different companies, also big sizes and big progress states, to find out where the best fit is and how we can find a model where we can be flexible and add value to different kind of companies. So thanks, Anke. And I think there's Christian from Incolog. If you have a few words for us, this would be nice.
Yes, perfect. Hello, everyone. And first of all, congratulations for your fantastic pitch. I really enjoyed it. And I truly think that Carbonator is or has the potential to support businesses in capturing opportunities to reduce their CO2 emission. I think you've also showed in one of your slides exactly how you would forecast capturing the German market. So maybe later on you could explain, or I could gain better understanding exactly how you came to the number 1,400 companies, because I also think that global there is further potential. I also remember that during your last pitch, the intermediate pitch, that you looked at different subscription models. So I think you were looking at different tiers, and that seemed that you were now moving more into a direction of focusing on individual data for each company. And I do think that that is key here, to look at the data of each individual company in order to derive forward and for them to have a proper business decision process.
Yeah, thanks for your comments. I think you are perfectly right. And we explain our model in terms of our current situation and seeing like the possibilities of piloting with other companies. So that's why we doesn't go more into details on that side. And maybe one point that I also would like to add here, also maybe connecting to the comment from Anke, is that our focus is not certainly on small or big companies, because even small companies are getting more and more important for bigger companies, because big companies, for instance, like Schaeffler, they are looking for the resiliency of their supply chain. And eventually the level of the sustainability that small companies are going to get in future is very important for them, because they want to have a solid and resilient supply chain, and this is important for them. I somehow forgot your second question. If you maybe raise it again, I would try to address that.
Yes, no, my second question was in terms of the subscription model. So I think last time during the intermediate pitch, you showed different tiers of subscription models that you were maybe planning to implement, where I personally always think that the key of Carbonator is to individually focus on the data of each company and not to have standard tools there. So if I understood it correctly, you now focused more on deriving or analyzing individual data of each company in order for them to have a successful decision-making process.
Yeah, we are going actually in that direction, but I believe that in the end, comparing the data of all the companies together would also maybe as bringing an average or a benchmark for them would also promote sustainability internally for them as a competition among different companies. But to bring personalized visualization, we definitely focus on individual data of each company. Thanks a lot for your feedback.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
Thank
Great
you.
teams are coming up, and so we will clear the stage.
Yeah, thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, again, big thank you to our jury and the time you spent in looking into the ideas and giving feedback. As you can see from the agenda, we're a little bit running behind. However, I would like to do a break so that everybody can quickly just get some fresh air and have a bio break. So my suggestion would be that we meet back at 3:15. We will post the time in a second. There's a short video now for in between, and so we meet back in 10 minutes at 3:15, then with the next pitch coming up, which is Optimo. Thank you very much for your time, and see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. So I hope you had a great break, and we keep it short. I'll just follow on and hand over to our next team, which is the Optimo team. So over to Team Optimo.
Hi, everyone, and a warm welcome from our side for everyone joining digitally and also here in the TQ. My name is Mona, and I'm presenting today with Rino, my colleague, on behalf of Team Optimo. We would like to thank all of you for being part of our journey so far. We now have 20 minutes to convince you that we are the right team to tackle the upskilling problem, and you have then 20 minutes to convince us that you are the right partners. Starting off, I would like to talk about the future. Let me give you a forecast. So we all know digital transformation is changing the way we work. Automatization on shop floor level will make production faster, more precise, and more effective. But as we transform the machines we're using, we also need to transform the people that use them, factory workers. 75% of your workforce. But why? According to a study, factory workers in Germany have a 44% skills deficit in future relevant knowledge. But why is it a problem? We have to do something now. According to a study, the impact on of the skills gap on productivity is barely noticeable now, with only 6% in 2021. But in the future, in 2028, we will have a potential output loss of 17%. If we don't act now, the costs will be higher and higher. We believe that upskilling is the only option for companies to work with. But how do we do that? Let me introduce Peter to you. Peter is a shift manager. He worked for several years in the company already, manages around 20 workers, and is responsible for planning and working and learning time. His main responsibility lies in fast production and a smooth working machine runtime. But for him, it's hard to find a good balance between learning and working time. We asked 30 or more interviewees and found out what the challenges of Peter and other shift managers are. One of his challenges, he's asking himself how to achieve the learning goals while keeping the production rate high. He needs the production to be more efficient and also keep track of the learning goals. Secondly, how to track the skill improvements of each factory worker, because this is usually quite time intensive. And then thirdly, how to build a long-term learning strategy, because ad hoc learning is no more sustainable. We at Optimo make upskilling attractive, accessible, and effective. And Rino is going to tell you how we do that.
Thank you, Mona. So let's directly dive into our solution we've been working on so hardly in the last couple of months. Our Smart Upskilling Planner. Our solution approach can be explained in a simple 3-step solution approach. We're gonna use this input data because we think it's quite important to have this data input to actually provide you with a high-level solution. First off, we want to have the competence matrix to capture the status quo of the skill level of your workforce. Secondly, the production capacity to be able to accord and adjust the learning volume according to production capacity. And then the available learning modules to get an overview of all the learning which is available within your company already and the deadlines to know till when you need them. Then in the second step, we are going to evaluate all this data and then provide you with these following outputs. First of all, the matches, where we give you specific suggestions on which factory worker should learn which module to what time. Then the learning calendar to give you a clear overview of all the planned learning modules. And then with the learning roadmap and the progress view in the final output, we want to display, on the one hand, your learning objectives on a timeline, and with the progress view, show you the accomplishments you've been able to reach. So let's directly dive in to our high fidelity prototype. We've been doing several user testings, 2 phases to be specific, and we're able to conduct all the feedback into our new high fidelity prototype. I'm going to guide you through it with the point of view of our persona, Peter Hartmann, and how he could possibly use it in his daily life. So starting off his shift, Peter would check the learning calendar, where he can see all the availabilities of his team. On the left part, you see all his team members with their working status, if they're either working, if they're sick, or if they're currently learning. Currently, this is filtered by the production lines they work on, but it's also able to filter it according to their working status. On the right side, you see the actual learning calendar with all the planned learnings. If we want to actively plan a learning session, he can either click on the Add New Learning button or look out for a free time slot and add it directly. This is really crucial for big learning sessions he has to plan in. As Excel is a quite important tool within shop floor level, we want to give him the opportunity to export the data in Excel as well. And then on the other hand, also give him the opportunity to connect his Outlook calendar with our Optimo learning calendar. So within the day, Peter might come to the point where a sudden machine stop occurs or he spontaneously has a little spare time. So we, under the match page, want to give him some guidance on what to do with it. So on the match page, he will get specific learning suggestions on which team member, on which time slot should learn which learning module. So this is based on all the input data I mentioned earlier. And now here in the example, he designs the second learning match, which can be reconsidered to a later point, and accepts the one from Sarah. As soon as he accepts it, this acceptance is going to be directly displayed into our learning calendar. As the learning session is planned right away, the status of Sarah changes from working into learning. Following on in the day, Peter might want to check the competences of all his team members. So he would go to the competence matrix. The factory worker skill levels are categorized by level approach. A lower level means that they have a basic understanding for the skill, while a higher level means that they got an advanced understanding and that they are also able to explain certain parts of the skill themselves. For mandatory trainings like security trainings, which have to be repeated annually, we just want to capture if they did the learning or not. Our tool will then give him suggestions on possible skill level changes based on the learning modules every team member made. So here in the example, as Sarah made the grinding 1 module, he'll get the suggestion that she might have been changing on a skill level. So he can then simply accept or decline the skill level. So for him, it's really convenient to always keep his competence matrix up to date. In the final step, at the end of the day, Peter wants to see all the accomplishments he's been able to do with all the learning focus with our tool Optimo. So going on the progress view, in the center, he's going to see the sustainable impact of our solution with our 4 sustainability goals and their KPIs. Clicking on a sustainability goal, he'll see a graphical progression of the KPI as well. The left KPIs always display the current development of the learning goal, while the right ones always show the progression over time. I will go further into detail with the sustainability impact in a bit and explain you why we chose those 4 sustainability goals. In the right corner, he has the hour account of the learning hours and the working hours to always have a clear focus on upskilling. And then below it, he sees who of his team members was able to reach the team goals. So coming back to the problems of our persona, Peter Hartmann, Mona mentioned in the beginning. Going deep into our benefits we want to provide you with, I want to explain and point out why we believe Optimo is the right way to tackle these problems. So first off, we want to improve schedule efficiency through our production-based scheduling of learning time slots. We want to tackle the problem of not deciding if to work efficiently or to upskill. We want to combine that. Our second benefit would be to improve workforce utilization through our learning history and dynamic competence matrix and solve the problem that Peter has to always have his competence matrix up to date. Our final benefit would be to improve the employee retention through our learning roadmap and our progress view to enable a long-term learning strategy. So as I mentioned already, we as a team want to have a clear impact with our solution. Sustainability is crucial for that. As we're working with your people and concentrate on the topic of upskilling, we wanted to concentrate on the social aspect of sustainability. We want to advocate ourselves towards the 2 UN sustainability goals, quality education and decent economic growth. And do that with our 4 learning objectives and ensure the sustainability. First off, we want to increase overall learning time. We think that's crucial. With our solution, we want to enable that to actually be able to tackle the upcoming skills gap problem. With our solution, we want to help you to increase effectiveness of learning time. We want to conduct the feedback of your workforce and improve the learnings and the learning modules constantly, that you can make the most out of the learning time you invest. Thirdly, we want to increase team autonomy by evaluating how many work problems can be solved by your workforce itself. We believe that with upskilling, your workforce is able to do the majority themselves and give you the possibility to show the trust you have in them. And then finally, we want to increase the overall factory worker satisfaction, because we believe motivation is key when it comes to upskilling. We want you to show them through our tool that you believe in them, that you want to upskill them according to their needs, and that you want to prepare them for the future to enable them to succeed. So that's from my side on the sustainability aspect. But Mona, how are we actually going to sustain our business?
Thank you, Rinu. So our research shows that there are around 230,000 production companies in Germany, which we think are our total available market. When we then look at the companies that can be feasible for our solution, so looking at the company size, companies with more than 250 employees, and also look at the people that are affected by the skills gap, we then have a serviceable, addressable market of 2,500 production companies. In order to then get to the obtainable market where we think that we as Optimo can obtain 1,300 companies, we then only focus on the companies that want a digital solution and that have no solution in place yet. And how is it going to look like for these 1,300 companies? We have 3 main revenue streams: a one-time implementation fee, an annual license fee, and a user subscription fee. Our implementation fee will include an onboarding from our Optimo officers. Our annual license fee will probably be around, will help you to do your administration and maintenance with our solution, and our user subscription fee, which is based on the number of shift managers you have, consists of the revenue per user. The costs, on the other hand, mainly consists on the product development costs. Why? Because we believe that the product has to be perfect. Like, our product is our baby. We want the product to be incredible. So that's why we focus on the product. There will also be some additional costs like administration or marketing costs. And as always in the startup world, we're not alone with our ideas. So but that's a good sign. Like, it's a good sign. It means that there is a demand. So we have Shiftboard, for example. Shiftboard is a shift planning tool that focuses on creating a more efficient shift planning. But what they don't do is provide a learning roadmap, which then can be used for each employee. Additionally, we would have Skyhive as one of our competitors. Skyhive is a really good forecasting tool for future relevant skills, but they're missing production-based scheduling of learnings, and they don't have our incredible matching algorithm that I will explain in a bit. Then we also have SAP SuccessFactors that probably all of you heard about or even use. SAP SuccessFactors is a really good tool for showing the right learning path for employees, but they're lacking the production-based scheduling of learnings. And what our USP is, we match not only the learning of the worker with the right time slot, but only in the conditions of a production. That's why we have all the check marks. So looking at how we're going to do it. So far, we've developed our second prototype in cooperation with you already. The next steps for us would be to do additional user testing to improve the user experience and to really put the focus on creating a really valuable product for you and with you. After that, we plan to have a piloting phase in the beginning of August and until February, where we will probably work on an MVP and improve that, so that in the end, we're planning realistically March 2022, so that in the end we can launch a product that can be used in all of the companies. And this is the team that is committed to solving this problem. We have Rino-san, our operations manager, who is mainly responsible for the sustainable impact of our solution. We have Pablo, our technology manager, with a background in user experience and computer science, and he will be responsible for creating the product. We will have Laura, our communications and stakeholder manager, whom all of you probably talked to already. She has a background in management and liberal arts and will be responsible for the stakeholder relationships. With Vinusha, we have the perfect product manager. She knows the industry well, worked in it already, and has a background in mechanical engineering. She knows how to make our customers happy. And then myself. I am the project manager of the team, and I have a background in software engineering and building startups. Over the past months, we found out that upskilling has been a problem for several years now. In only 3 months, we managed to find out the complexity and understand the problem behind upskilling. Not only that, we also created a solution for it. But for our solution to work, we need your help, we need your support. We need your trust in us, we need your time, and we need your investment. Together, we can build a long-term sustainable solution and get one step closer to solving the problem of upskilling. Thank you for listening, and I'm excited to hear all of your questions now.
Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. So thank you very much for the presentation. So now we're over to our jury again. So we have a slight change on the left-hand side, because I'm quite happy to have Christina now on board from Bain & Company. Christina was supporting us in the last 3 months very strongly on site from Bain & Company for the teams. So we have Jürgen, Christina, Tobias Raffel. And then from other corporate partners, we have Annette Judek from the Deutsche Bank, Virginia Bastian from Nestlé is with us, and Christian Blades from Ecolog. So I'm very much looking forward to your feedback, and I can only say again, over to the team.
Thank you, Vanessa.
So we're really excited to hear your feedback. I think we're gonna start off with Schaeffler again. Jürgen, your opinion.
Thank you. I mean, thank you for the presentation. So I think you definitely, you hit a really valid point with the upskilling challenge. I think you made it very clear and obvious why we need that and how we can address this. I like this approach where you position yourself as mapping a kind of learning aspects together with the production schedule. I think that's for me the new thing, what you address, because we have learning modules, we know the other side, of course, but getting the two worlds together and do the matching, I think that's, I like that idea. And of course, we always like, from a Schaeffler perspective, the ideas which really help our workers in the plants. So therefore, very well done and fully understood. I have a set of questions or topics which I would like to ask to you. I mean, one is when you do this matching of learning algorithm or learning modules with the production schedule, and the examples you also had with, okay, there's a machine failure, now you suddenly have whatever 30 minutes or whatever an hour break, and now you can start into a learning module. How would you address this topic that a learning module may take whatever 2 hours, but you just have 1 hour time, or you just have now 30 minutes time? How would you organize that? Or would you then only look for things which fit exactly that kind of time slot? So that would be an interesting area, because I think we will get into situations where we have lots of small slots. So what we typically call, we have a need for micro learning. So you have 10 minutes time, maybe 30 minutes time, whatever. But how do you really get it into your learning journey and get it integrated so that you follow up one to the other, you don't have too much time in between, etc. So it would be interesting to know a little bit more or get some ideas how you do that. And maybe in that combination, the other thing is, did you think about the kind of, how should I call it, the access of a worker in the factory to the learning aspect? So if there's now an instant chance to do some learning, how would what kind of device would he need? How would he access the learning? Because typically they don't have whatever, an iPad with them all the time or whatever, so that they can access online learnings. Have you thought about that as well? How that would fit into your solution and how you could help on that subject as well? So that would be some topics where I would be interested what your thinking is.
Okay, so maybe to directly get into the second question about the devices, that's something we've thought of quite a lot, actually, because we know that the shift manager itself has his computer or his tablet, while the factory workers are not always allowed to have a mobile phone, etc. We think that the shift manager itself has to sort of guide them through sometimes and like tell them. And so that's on the one hand. And I think like a lot of learning still happens through face-to-face mentorship. So basically it would be actually like bringing two people together. But what we've also already seen is that companies are investing towards more digital approaches, like learnings on tablets with e-learnings, or I think Schaeffler also has like this learning hubs with the computers. So it would actually be the shift manager who is responsible for those micro planning, basically, that he organizes them and guides them through where they have to go. And in the future, we also want to have like an interface for the for the factory workers themselves, where they might just get notifications, but for that, also the company needs to provide the possibility that they're actually allowed to use their private devices on that. And to the first question on how we're actually gonna tackle the problem that the time slots are maybe not big enough, that's a really valid question. And we've actually started off our mission with a micro learning approach. There were several reasons why we've switched, but I think as a solution maybe that it's something we have to figure out with the companies themselves, if it's actually possible to separate learning modules, to do that, to split it in micro learnings. Because what we've also learned throughout the 3 months is that the learnings are so company specific, and it's really hard and sort of are possible to just make generalistic approaches on we're going to separate it like that. So that's something we would actually have to figure out together then if Optimo is a solution you would approach.
Okay, thanks, understood. And I mean, that shows that you really have spent quite some, I would say, time and effort to understand what are really the needs of these kind of people and what are the differences. So well done also in the last couple of months. I mean, I've seen that when you really had the interviews with the people who are really impacted by this kind of thing. And I think that's an important topic. We need to understand how we can bring that into, say, their daily life, plus combining it with the specific company environments. That will be, I think, a little bit a success factor in order to move forward. And I think it's also important, or it will be a success factor, how well you integrate with these kind of learning management systems which are in place. So I mean, I hope I understood it right from all the things I've seen, that you do not intend to create, let's say, your own learning modules, etc. It's more you want to link to the stuff which is available and do the matching and that kind of stuff, which I think is the right approach. So
yes,
very good.
Exactly. Thank you for your feedback.
Okay.
So let's hand over to Christina.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Rino-san and Mona, for this very passionate pitch of the idea of Optimo. So relating to your business model, what I really liked are basically three things. So firstly, also as Jürgen said, I think you're addressing a really important problem, and with your user research and the user interviews you did, you really kind of drilled that down to the dimensions of time, long-term learning strategy, and the competency overview. So I think that there you address kind of the right topics. Then with the dashboard, you find a nice way, secondly, to show the shift managers kind of the status of the team, and it seems to be like really interactive and really dynamic way. And thirdly, with having like the connection via an API, you also thought about how you can integrate that into the existing IT landscape of a company. However, the last point leads me to a couple of questions I have, which I don't expect you to answer now, but you can take to the next phase as Team Optimo. So firstly is the point of integration, because you showed you will have a lot of input data to kind of generate your output. So really think about how you get the data feed in, which data you need, and probably also how you can reduce complexity at that. Then secondly, complexity also in terms of the user interfaces. So probably really drill it down to what is really mandatory and what is nice to have to make it easier to grasp on first sight for the users. And thirdly, in a second step, think through, for example, who defines the skill levels? You were talking about kind of this uplift from 0 to 1, or the example you came up with. So this is also something which needs to be defined. So really think about how this kind of can develop over time. In terms of scalability, I think as you outlined very clearly, upskilling is a topic for like almost all companies, and they are well aware, and that will be a continuous topic, right? So this will kind of not end at a certain point in time, but will last over time. So therefore, I think you have huge potential of the companies you're addressing. So therefore, as said, not the expectation to have an answer to this yet, but something I would like you to kind of take to the next step when you further develop your solution. Again, thank you very much to the whole team.
Thank you very much for all the ups and downs you were part of in our team. It was always really insightful to get your feedback. So, heading over to Tobias.
Yes, of course, Vino, Mona, and the team, congratulations. Another great presentation, and I can only agree to what Jürgen and Christina said. I think you work on a very relevant topic, and you have a solution for a topic where many companies have a demand. So I think that's great. I just have one comment and one question. And my comment is, I liked very much that you thought about the sustainability strategy, that you linked your ideas to the SDGs 4 and 8, and that you also thought about what kind of KPIs are behind that, how you measure that. So there's a very analytical good structured way of thinking about sustainability. I like that. And the question that I have is, you remember at the very beginning of your teamwork, we defined some team values. And I remember, since I also followed you and coached you a little bit in your teamwork, you had some difficult moments also as a team. So my question is, since you now got to a really good result, were the values that you defined for your teamwork, were they helpful in any way?
Thank you for that comment. Absolutely. I remember our values are short easy, integrity, sustainability, and innovativeness. And I think it really helps now that we think back. In the beginning, as you said, like we had some difficulties to like build a team and to find out what our strengths are and so on. And like this, our values really helped us to remember what we really want to do. Like we are an innovative team, we're a young team. We everything we do is sustainable. So also in a way of scalability, and then integrity, like that this is like how we treat each other within the team. So I think it really helped. And also the whole time, also like when we look at our sustainability KPIs that we worked on with you together, then like it really, really helped to find out how to make an impact with our solution. So thank you again.
Yeah, and I think we always sort of like throughout the 3 months tried to push and motivate each other, like overcome the downs and always have the look forward. Thank you very much for your guidance, Tobias, and heading over to Annette from Bundesbank.
Thanks a lot for your pitch and your professional presentation. It was quite emotional and authentic. I quite liked it a lot. You started here to deal with very complex problems many companies deal with and do really struggle to find a solution. Yeah, and as you stated, our dream was that you come over with some tiny learning nuggets. So we were a little disappointed, but after talking to you, you quite convinced us of your idea, and we did not know, to be honest, that we have that we could have such a need. But after talking to my colleagues, my let's say learning experts, buying and developing the content for Bundesbank, they said yes, it could be really something we need. Although we are not a production company, since you stated the learning strategy aspect and the will to make the people and the employees learn that that the bosses see who needs what. So I really hope we stay in touch. So maybe we can come together one day. Nevertheless, I see that's a quite difficult market, and it's really hard to compete with the big players. That's the one difficulty I see, and the other difficulty I see is that the solutions you have to find are very special from company to company, and that is quite a challenge. And I wanted to give you some things for the next step. The others already said it. So what about the device and the integration? Because many companies use many other offers, and the level and the dashboard thing is something I still think about, because in Germany it is not so easy to have a look and an overview about all the knowledge levels of all the employees according to data security. So maybe you can come with a let's say more special solution for the different needs of the different companies, because I know there are more open companies maybe that we are, or you really try to convince them that it's in their interest to see what everybody knows and that everybody can develop. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm really happy that we were able to convince you about our idea shift. And so for sure, we're going to schedule a meeting and we're happy to stay in touch. And then we can elaborate on the questions you just had. And I think within our team, as Mona already explained, we have IT capabilities. So data security is obviously one of the topics we're really aware of and that we really want to address. And I think that's something we can do together quite efficiently. So Nestlé and Virginia, we've also been in a lot of contact and you've helped us a lot. So I'm happy to hear your feedback.
Yes, so first of all, let me thank you and congratulate you to your pitch and to your presentation. I know how much you've worked on this. So, and there are many things I personally like. So are you trying to deliver a relevant solution to a problem that many companies face? For sure, yes. I think you have the right outline. You are trying to get into the niche where other solutions are not yet providing the benefits and the solution themselves. So I think you're on the right track. I think to some of the colleagues mentioned it, the challenge will be to now drill it down to very practical questions, to really understand, can this really fly in reality? So we've heard about the integration with other IT systems. And when you talk about large companies, there is already plenty of systems around it. So the question is it a sort of interface that you can build? How can you reduce the effort on a company side to not have double maintenance of data? So that might be specifically for large corporations, but that's something to understand a bit further as you go along. And I think also to play it in a more practical way in terms of what's the process look like on a shop floor? Who does exactly what? What are the devices? Who is being informed? I think we've heard about the matching of the timing, the potential stoppages that you have in the production line that you can use. And with this, I think you're facing the, you're focusing on the aspect of efficiency as well. But what is the difference in terms of having solutions, long-term trainings that last several hours versus snack learnings that you can spontaneously allocate to certain employees? So that's something I think to make it even more convincing for companies to understand, how would you tackle this? How are people being informed? And then how can they consume and actually conduct the learning themselves on shop floor reality? So that would be something I would like to give you as an advice. And many other comments I don't want to repeat because I think they're very valid from what the colleague have shared with you. So, but you're absolutely on the right track to solve the right problems that we're facing as companies nowadays.
Thank you very much, Virginia. So last but not least, Christine from Ecolog.
Yes, no, I have to say, first of all, thank you very much for your presentation. I think the last 3 months have been a great journey, seeing how your concept evolved and how you changed your idea once you gained further knowledge about the various entities and how they prepare and conduct and structure their training programs. So the concept of Optimo, I think, has a very clear structure, and I can imagine how this planning tool can actually support departments in rolling out their training schedule. However, as a next step, I think what I would be interesting to see would be for you to gain further market intelligence in terms of what additional functions are helpful, and to conduct a study to gain a better understanding of the willingness of companies to actually purchase this tool and at what costs. So you can develop a more detailed business plan and have a better understanding of the market potential, as I can see that probably will be quite difficult, also considering the other competitors that are in that field.
Absolutely. I think these are totally valid points, and we're happy to work with you together on these points and find out how to refine our business model and make a great MVP.
Yeah, and I think like if you would proceed to towards an accelerator, that's also something we would like get like guidance through. And I think what makes us unique in that way is that like through Future we have this privileged situation that we've already been in contact with quite some important stakeholders, and that like working with them already, having their impact is gonna differentiate us with other tools and other startups especially. So thank you very much. We for sure schedule some follow-up meetings with all of you, and thank you for the collaboration so far. So I'm gonna head over to Vanessa again.
All right, thanks again to everyone. So we're kind of following on straight away with our next team, which is Team PlanCo. So everybody, I guess, is already excited to hear about the final solution that PlanCo team came up with. So over to the team, to Michael and Aurelia.
There we go. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are quite excited today. We have the chance to present to you our solution, PlanCo. And today here with me is Aurelia, and we want to take the chance to talk with you about your company, but more specifically about your employees. Now, your employees. We want to focus on your employees today because employees at the end of the day are the greatest value you have as a company. And especially in these times, it's crucial for you as a company to keep your employees in the loop. And do you want to take the chance today to talk about the specific company? Well, I want to talk about the specific group of your employees. So I'm talking about the ones that right now, when we have the chance to be in home office and have this flexibility, they don't. For a lot of your companies, they actually present the majority of your workforce. The ones I'm talking about is your production employees. And the reason why I talk about these ones today is because not only is a large group within your workforce, but it's the ones who wish for more inclusion these days. Now, what is it they're actually saying about? What they say is that they wish for more inclusion in terms of connecting with their colleagues, especially in these times, not only within the department, but also beyond the department. And a majority as well, 70%, say that they wish for more material benefits, benefits that really help them on a daily basis to master their shift routine. And what we figured out, the next step is to say, if there's a lack, there's a wish for more improvement, then what is the underlying issues? Why is a company, in your case, you as a production company, why you have employees having this gap here? And what we found out as PlanCo is that there are three key aspects. Firstly, and this is something you might relate to, when we are able to connect with our colleagues, we are one click away for a Teams account or a Zoom account. Your production employees on the other side, they don't have this luxury, simply because they don't have the digital access, or they don't have tools on their own phone because they're not allowed to, or they don't have a digital account at all. So that's the first obstacle. The next thing is the flexibility. That means during the shift routine, they don't have the time to really jump from the workplace and go to an HR or PC terminal to really keep up with the topics and the tools of their company. And ultimately, what they told us is, and this is your production employees telling us this, is to say, even when they manage to get access, they say that the benefits and tools and, let's say, the content that they reach is not really helping them on a daily basis towards their shift routine and master the daily life a bit better. So, having this in mind, how are we going to change this? Well, the solution for us is that we need to create benefits that really help this specific target group on a daily basis. And we say that your current tools are sufficiently working maybe well enough for office employees, but simply not well enough for production employees. So that's where we as PlanCo come in. And what I want to emphasize here is that we want to have benefits on a daily basis, but specifically community-driven benefits. Now, why I'm emphasizing the word community in here and community-driven benefits? Because we understood, and what I just explained to you is to say that there's solution in place that your company have, but it simply don't work well enough for production employees. So obviously, if we want to find and close this gap, we need to do this by finding benefits that are really tailored to them. So for that, we need to put your production employees in the center of attention as a whole. So in terms of what they work on in the shift model, but also in terms of a family, everything that they have to master on a daily basis. And we from PlanCo really believe if we put people, and we are people-centric or we user-centric, in that case, we put production employees, your production employees, in the center of attention, then really able to find a solution that actually helps them. And on the other hand, for you as a company, that would mean that you have a greater impact on you as a corporate culture perspective. Now, having the vision in mind, how we translate this into the actual working place, how into the reality perspective. And now I want to introduce to you how we, from PlanCo, imagine an industrial site of the future. We imagine industrial site as a big neighborhood, a place where people help each other. And there must be something that you might relate to. Is you all know the moment of being in the kitchen and you want to cook something and you miss an item. So to save time, you go on your neighbor's door, you knock, eventually he has the item for you, and that way you save time. And the same dynamic, want to bring it into the neighborhood, into the industrial site perspective. That means people help each other. Obviously, on an industrial site with more than 1,000 employees, people are able to knock on each other's door. But, and this is what I want to offer, is an app where people can connect, they can place their questions, ask for help, or just offer help. So that's one side, the app. What happens on the other side? Well, and this might be something as well that you might relate to, which is when you order a package home and you're not home, you know that your neighbor might take it and keep it for you until you're back. And the same way we can translate this into the industrial site as well. So we want to offer smart lockers that people can access, or production employees can access with a phone, where they're able to place goods and exchange goods. Now, I had the chance to give you a broad overview about our target group, the production employees, as well as the problems that they face in terms of being disconnected, and a first intro into our idea, the neighborhood, and how people can help each other on site. And now we'll pass on to my team member, Aurelia. She's going to give you a more closer look on how PlanCo works actually on site.
So thank you very much. Now we come to our next slide. So we want to show you how will PlanCo really work on site. Therefore, let me introduce you to Maria. Maria is 36 years old. She works for a production company as a mechanic. She has a lovely family and she enjoys outdoor activities. So for Maria, it's not always easy to reconcile her shift work and her private life. But her employer now offers her PlanCo, so to get support for her daily life challenges. For example, Maria can ask now among all of her colleagues who signed up for PlanCo at her location for a recommendation, for example, if someone knows a good math tutor. Or she can request deliveries like her groceries, which she can order and they will be delivered directly to the PlanCo locker at her workplace. Another example would be the exchange of items. So she can ask among her colleagues if someone has something to lend her or sell her and can find the item she needs. An example here would be a tent for a camping trip. Now we want to show you with this example how landing something with PlanCo could work. So Maria got invited from her employer to use the PlanCo app. She has downloaded it, now enters email address and password and creates her account. Then she has to add her login data and the location code to be assigned to the right location. Now she has to agree on the community rules and can start to fill out her profile. Therefore, she selects a picture. She enters her name and her department, and now she's good to go and gets a welcome from the PlanCo app. Now she's asked to take a short tour through the different functions. Here, for example, she learns where she can put a request, how she can help others, or where she can look for something specific. Okay, there she goes, and this is Maria's main screen. Here she can find all the important functions of the app. So for example, here we see her profile, the notifications, or different categories she can browse through. Now the app asks her to complete her profile. Doing that, she could collect her first PlanCo points, which she can then transfer into discounts for local partnering shops. Maria now decides to start directly with her first request, so the tent for the camping trip. She selects here the right category, she adds in a headline and also a description, and clicks on Create. Now the request can be found in the feed of all of her colleagues. And happily, a few hours later, she gets a private message from Tobias. And great, Tobias has a tent for her, and Maria replies that she would be happy to land it and pick it up from the PlanCo locker. The next day, she gets again a notification, and with this notification, she gets also a QR code. And with this QR code, she can now go to the PlanCo locker on site, scan the QR code, and the right door opens. Okay, congratulations. Now we see here Maria. Maria just went to the locker, opened it, and can now take her tent. If she wants now to return the tent, she goes back to the app and requests a locker module for herself. Okay, Now she had a good experience with the PlanCo app, but why would Maria now frequently keep using the app? So first of all, the app is free of charge for her, and since it's about her private interests, she can easily use it on her private smartphone. Then she gets a lot of support, especially from her colleagues, to save time and stress on a daily basis. And furthermore, with the PlanCo points she can collect with every interaction she has with the app, she can get discounts for local partnering shops. Therefore, she has also a financial incentive to use the app frequently. So, with the newly gained benefit, support, and connection to her colleagues, Maria now gets a higher satisfaction and an improved emotional connection to her workplace. But why is something like an emotional connection of employees now an important topic for our customers, the employers? So studies show that there are many employer branding KPIs linked to that topic. So for example, over 90% of the employees with a high connection to their workplace intend to stay with the company also from 1 year onwards, while only half of the employees with a rather low emotional connection intend to stay. Another example would be the average of sick days. So employees with a high emotional connection have an average 3.2 less sick days a year. For a company with over 1,000 employees, this can cause costs of more than 300,000 euros a year. This said, I want to give back to Michael, who now shows you how PlanCo helps companies to improve the emotional connection to the workplace.
Yes, thank you, Aurelia. Yes, so we got a broader insight into our prototype and how easy it is to use PlanCo on site as an employee. Now, what is relevant for you as a company on the long term? What is the impact that we at PlanCo can have for you? Well, what we say is that 3 key aspects. First of all, corporate culture. Now, we talked about connection. People feel connected to their workplace, and we believe people using this app and connect because they want to help each other. And this is a much stronger connection than people connecting because they communicate in between department X or Y. And this on long term can help for inclusion, but also for belonging, for people identifying with their working location, in that case, your industrial site. Secondly, the workplace attractivity. Well, if you're able to offer benefits on site and people go and work and have those benefits there, then obviously this place is going to be more attractive to them on a daily basis. Not only for the current generation, but also for the future ones you might want to attract. And ultimately, in terms of creating culture, improve employee, I want to tell you that you're able to do all this in a carefree manner. Carefree, why? Because it's an external app. And as an external app, in terms of private interests for the user and therefore your production employee, you have no internal efforts in terms of an administration, operational efforts. And now you might say, well, Michael, those are promises that other platforms might give us to us as well in terms of benefits for our employees. And now I want to tell you why we believe at PlanCo that we are unique. Well, there is community and communication platforms in the private sector, but also in the community in terms of a working environment. And there's physical touch points where people can access physical services. But, and that's new, there's not such a thing that combines both aspects into one. And this is what PlanCo does. And specifically, we do it for our target group for industrial sites. And in the 4th step, we include local businesses. I already just introduced you the functions of this app. And one of the functions is to order groceries, right? Of course, for that, we include local businesses like local shops on board to make that happen. So we really believe by entering this niche that we're showing here right now, that we can create the added value and have a tailored solution, as talked about in the beginning of the presentation, something that really helps production employees on a daily basis. Now, how do we run this? How do we make this happen? There are 2 perspectives. One is the customer perspective. So you as a production company. That means we're going to have an implementation fee. Obviously, there's a setup required to put the box on site in terms of how large, how big, how many boxes do we need to put on site. So all this is covered with the implementation fee. Secondly, for you as a customer, is a monthly fee per user. That means for every employee on an industrial site we bring on board and we give access to a benefit, we ask for a user fee. And the second perspective is the local businesses. Local businesses, as I mentioned again, is really about bringing shops online so that people from your plant can order things and facilitate their own lives on a daily basis. And for bringing those shops on the platform, we can request affiliation provision for advertising or just for commission. Now, I talked a lot about how to bring it on site in terms of one industrial site, but we do emphasize, or we want to emphasize as a PlanCo here, that our potential is more than that. So we believe we can start off with a pilot at one industrial site, and we can reach obviously our target group, so the production employees. But as you might know, on an industrial site, there are also other types of employees, your office employees, office buildings, so we can easily include them as well into the platform. The next thing, as I mentioned before, is the local businesses, local towns and their shops. And once we make that happen for one place and one industrial site location, then why not make it multiple locations? And this is what I want to show you today. And now, how we translate this into numbers, right? If I talk about multiple industrial sites. So alone in Germany, I want to start off with saying what is possible from a pilot perspective. So once we start a pilot and we look into 3 years perspective and we say it is realistic to achieve, for example, 3 customers on a yearly basis, then we say with alone 10 of the largest production companies, we can reach more than 500,000 potential users on one industrial site. And this is just the potential with 10 customers. Now imagine, Germany is very industry focused country. So those are large companies. What about all the medium large companies? And all those medium and large companies combined in Germany, employees on industrial sites are 4.7 million. So that's the potential we look on with PlanCo on the long term. Now, about the potential, we know that this is ambitious, but I want to show you today that we're also realistic in terms of how do we get to the first customer, how do we get to the first pilot. Where we are right now at is the final pitch, February, and we're looking to having a prototype and a business case. Next thing for us to really get the pilot started, we need to program that app, do more user testing, understand better how to customize the app, but also the box system to one industrial site. Once we have that in summer 2021, we expect to really launch that on one site for 500 or 1,000 employees. Now, we had the chance to talk about the idea and our next steps. What I want to tell you next is why we as a team are the right choice for you. The idea, but also the team. And the team is me, Aurelia, you just heard on board, and we have offstage Estella and Christian. And together we really believe they have the chance to get to know our user group, your production employees, in terms of what their needs are. So we believe we know the user we're targeting with our solution. And the next thing is the ambition. For us, it's really key that we not just have a nice idea, but we make it happen. How do people interact with the app and the box on site? This is key for us. And the next thing, third, and probably crucial, is what do we need to make such a thing happen? We need partners. And gladly with this platform, we have you already on board as a network of potential partners on board. And we believe that together we can make it happen. What is it that we want to make happen? We want to change the narrative that says that digitalization and daily benefits are really difficult to bring into production sector. Today I showed you how it is possible. And we want to invite you to be a role model as an employer. How? With PlanCo. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael and team. Fantastic. Amazing, I think, results and also quite interesting ideas. So I'm curious to listen in now, and also the team, what our audience thinks. So we have the same jury on the left-hand side as before. And then we have some new candidates on the block, so to say. We have Amelie Heller from WISAG. We have Rafaela Auer from Nestlé, and then Christian Blades again from Ecolog. So over to you, Jürgen, again, and for the feedback to the team, and then over to the team, to Aurelia and Michael.
Thank you very much. Then, as the other teams, we would like to start with your feedback, Jürgen.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, great to see kind of another example on how we can in the future maybe better approach the workers in the plants, in the factories, etc. So really great to see that. I think you have done a very well, presentation was very well, really explaining how this journey could look like. What I really liked is that you more or less, I call it a little bit connecting the dots. So you picked lots of different areas, which some of them are already proven topics, like the example with in private life, you have these neighborhood communities, etc. You took some of these things, you put it in another environment, and you combined it with different aspects. So that's what I really liked, and you've done it very well. So therefore, idea, perfect solution. You're definitely, in my view, on the right track. So that's definitely a very promising solution in order to look forward. And I think you showed quite well the potential of the number of people, also the outlook, not just for the kind of factory workers, but also, I mean, similar things you could do for the office people in a specific location. So a set of questions or topics which came to my mind, which I would like to address a little bit. I mean, one is you put a lot of, in order to convince a company like Schaeffler to, let's say, buy into that example or buy in that solution, you put this topic of this emotional connection, which I liked a lot. But I'm quite not sure if it's a valid argument, but if it's sufficient to really convince companies investing in such an idea. It's a key element, but I think it's definitely important to look at the other aspects. And the question I have, or the topic I would like maybe to see an additional opinion from you, this aspect of integrating with local partners, so retail stores, whatever, which are very locally available, which you had in your presentation. I wonder if you already have tested that with some, maybe in the area of whatever Herzogenaurach in our case, with some local partners, if they would really be interested. Because I think, or I believe that could be one of the key success factors. I mean, if you have a big location and you have lots of local partners and they buy in and you give them with your solution access to whatever, 100, 500, 1,000, 10,000 people where they can sell their, whatever they offer, retail stuff, other things, I think that's a big opportunity for them. So I think they should be interested in getting access and getting a kind of exclusive, a special access into that environment could help in the business model so that they invest in these kind of things. And it's easier for you to get it deployed if you get them on board. And then also it has additional benefits for the workers, etc., that they deliver the stuff as well. So in my opinion, this exchange between the workers, yes, perfect. And I think that will work. The other thing, exchange from workers on site with the local partners, for me, that would be a critical topic. So would be really interested to see what you think about it or how far you really got already and checking the kind of validity of that approach.
Yes, thank you very much, Jürgen, for the points you mentioned. They are all very valid, and this is a lot of things that we looked into. Maybe I try to go a bit deeper into two of them that you mentioned. So first of all, the benefits. We think that the key aspect for you as a production company in that case, as a potential customer, is really that we serve something that you can reach production employees that you so far were not able to reach, simply because it's something they can have on their private phone and really access benefits on a daily basis. And this is so far simply not on the market. And this next thing is really do this in a carefree manner. So far, if you want to integrate the benefit from your side for your employees, you need to have internal policies running, internal administration or operations yourself. With this being an external app, you don't have that anymore. So we really think that we can facilitate this also from a company perspective to bring those benefits and include the group that so far has been slightly overseen. So that's one point. And the other thing about the local businesses. Yeah, we had the chance to look into what is the market already happening. And it is a challenge, but therefore we also need that follow-up program to really strengthen this go-to-market strategy. And there are partners or examples in the business that have been working in that sense, local businesses with companies. So we do believe that there's potential on how to make this work. I hope that gives you first.
Oh, that's great to hear. And I mean, definitely for us, I think the whole idea is definitely very interesting. So, I mean, what I heard from my colleagues, and also I think you had touch points with some of our people in the plants, etc. Yeah. Very compelling. So definitely something where we look forward how that's further evolving and how we can also help to maybe help you to get this really or make this a success. And I think without telling or committing something at this point, but I'm quite sure that we will find a kind of pilot plant or location in the Schaeffler world where we can test that kind of thing and get it up and running and see how it really works. So I'm really looking forward on that one. And quite curious what the next steps will be.
Thank you very much, Jürgen. We are also looking forward to our further cooperation. We're really excited. And thanks for your support so far. So now I'm interested in the feedback from Christina.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael and Aurelia, for this very energetic pitch for the PlanCo solution. So looking at your business model and also the journey you took, I remember you pivoted quite a lot prior to the interim pitch. You even changed names overnight. So I think it's quite impressive to see what you came up with now. And what I really like about your solution, and that links to what Jürgen said, is that you have a clear vision of this plant neighborhood where you integrate like the whole ecosystem surrounding the plant and having a clear integrated solution by always keeping your user in center. So this is something I think what makes your solution really special. Secondly, that you offer an integrated solution, that you have the app on the one hand, and on the other hand, you have the smart locker system. However, you don't try to kind of tap into the hardware part, but you will totally stick with the app development, so software. So I think that's totally right to kind of stick with where you can add value and kind of outsource the parts where there are already experts in the market. And thirdly, and that links to your app, I think you already have quite a compelling prototype. It seems to be kind of really easy to use, quite intuitive, well thought through with the opening mechanism for the lockers, the feedback system. So I think you put a lot of efforts already into your solution, what can be seen there. One point I think is worthwhile looking at in the next phase is kind of really how you ensure this carefree solution and this plug and play approach you're planning to do. So finding the right partners, integrating them, and make it as you plan, put this vision of a carefree solution really into life. Then secondly, since you're kind of targeting a community building solution, reaching critical mass and already thinking about how to transform like one-time users into constant active users, and users who also not use just one feature of your solution, but multiple features. So this should be the aim. And thirdly, I know that you already thought through the business model, that you also did some calculations, but kind of bringing them to the next level in the accelerator phase, I think is now the right thing to do. And in terms of scalability, I think, as you said, Michael, your solution really needs a certain potential critical mass. So therefore, probably it's worthwhile to, at a certain point, swap from a production side companies to like the typical white collar universe, so to say. So this can definitely open up new opportunities for scalability. Again, as I said to the other team, nothing where I expect an immediate answer, but something to take to the next phase for you as a team. And yeah, all the best and good luck for the next step of PlanCo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christina, for your feedback today and of course over our whole journey. And yeah, now we would like to go over to Tobias.
Thanks, Aurelia and Michael and the team. I think I can only add to what has been said before. That was a very passionate, great presentation. I'm very impressed also by the progress that you made over the past 3 months, because as it's been said before, there have been some changes also to the name. And I think what you presented today is very convincing, and hearing that Jürgen almost offered one Schaeffler plant for you to try out and to deliver on your idea, which I think you will definitely manage, is really a great sign. So big progress made. I think you're a great team. I enjoyed very much working with you, and if there's a team that can definitely deliver on the promise, I'm sure you will be the one. And I wish you a lot of luck, because I think you can have great impact, cultural change. If there's a question that I still have is on your sustainability impact. I know that you spent some time thinking about this, so maybe this is something that you can, in future presentations, also tell the audience about. But in general, congratulations, that was great.
Thank you very much, Tobias, for your feedback. And of course also for your help in terms of sustainability. So yeah, we are really working on that and trying to get sustainability in our overall story, as we started now with the people-centric corporate culture we want to create, and therefore create really a long-term impact of cultural change. So now I'm interested in the feedback from Amelie, from Rezac.
Thank you, Team PlanCo, for the presentation. I really enjoyed seeing the final pitch. And especially, again, I love your prototype. You did really great work on this, and you could really feel that you thought a lot about the customer journey. I think Michaela was the name of the lady, and I totally get the story. I really could see her using PlanCo app. So I think on that one, you really nailed it. But for the next journey steps, I still think there's a lot of potential for the business model. I get what's in it for the customer, and I could see why a company like Schaeffler would be looking into a solution like that. But since you have a very complex business model, which is, also the USP that you're having, so if you manage to crack it, that will be your benefit. But for example, the tent example that you gave, you have the situation where one person has to lend and trust another person to give them their private property. And yes, you get some PlanCo points, but I agree with Christina that probably makes sense after you reach the critical mass. So what's in it for the person that's lending out the tent? And also, if you are not in a rural area like Herzogenaurach, what's in it for the suppliers that are delivering groceries? So these are, I think, questions that will be really critical in the next phase. But since you have a really great prototype, you can start testing, and I'm very excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of important points that we need to look into further. And for now, what we can say is that in terms of landing, that there are options. So we need to test them both from business perspective, but also from user perspective. So that's true. And in terms of local businesses, we do believe that once the typical case is really that once you have enough users on your platform, you easily can attract, or more easily can attract, than shops because of the exposure chance that they get. So really aim for that and believe that way we can include them. And in terms of the other points, yes, we're looking forward to investigate that further in the follow-up program and find more solutions and suitable ways to make that happen with other partnerships. Thank you, Emily.
Okay, so thank you very much. And now we would be happy to hear the feedback from Rafaela from Nestlé.
Yes. Thank you very much, Team PlanCo, for your very good presentation. You really did impress me on your journey. I can remember a few weeks ago when we did the first interview and discussed a lot of topics and a lot of ideas you had, and it is really impressive to see how you evolved the ideas and what was the outcome now with your pitch. I think you did a very good analysis on the specific needs of blue collar workers, and I also think that your solution has a high potential to add a lot of more benefits that would also update the app and would also make it much more exciting for the users. However, I see a few points that I would recommend to look out in the further steps you will take with the tool. First of all, I think what I would recommend to tackle is what is really how can you separate the tool you have you have built versus the tools that the companies already have. So how can you really separate it from a business need to a more private lead, and that the people understand this is something I use for my private ideas, benefits, or services, and this is where I use the business services and where I tackle my business ideas and my business questions. I think this is something which has to be a little bit sharper. And the second point I have thinking is companies where you might have a demography where you also have elderly employees. You only offer a device, a digital device, and how can people that do not want to use their private devices, how can they also in a very comfortable and easy way get access to your locker to and interact with their colleagues while not having or not using this app on their private devices. I think this is something very important that I would have a look into, because otherwise you could have the risk that you have two different kinds of employee groups, the ones who are able and get the benefit of the app, and the other ones who can't use it or are maybe also not technically able to use it. And this is something I think that is quite important in terms of having a solution for one team. So, but again, thank you very much. It was a very good presentation.
Thank you very much for that important input. Yeah, in terms of the user perspective, I guess you're very right what you're saying. And I think it's also a matter of user education, right? Once we integrate and really test, for example, one of your sites, be able to test and really see how the users react, how they differ to the private topics and company topics. I mean, large user testing will show and then also help us then educate the user direction. I believe so. And in terms of the groups we can reach, it's true that at the end of the day, we don't reach everyone. We cannot force anyone to use it on the phone or have a phone with them. But what we do believe is that the idea of connecting people and trust, if you imagine you're on your team and you don't have the app or you don't have the phone, but you might want to have a question for your colleague, then that colleague can type it in for you on their phone. So we do believe that there are ways to make that happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we are really happy to get the feedback from Christine from Ecolog.
Yes, so thank you very much and congratulations for this great presentation. I think utilizing PlanCo as a communication tool among employees, perhaps not even only for blue-collar employees, who knows, has the potential to boost employees' commitment, satisfaction, and provide them with a greater sense of belonging. So I really like the point that you emphasized on the emotional connection and showed how important this is. In terms of scalability, I think there's a huge global potential, not only the one that you've showed in Germany, as you can cater to various industries that have manufacturing facilities. So may this be the automotive industry, fast-moving consumer goods, or the clothing industry, without you having to specifically customize your tool, so you can have or focus or reach actually a great market potential then. As a next step, I think it will be crucial now to gain a better understanding of what exactly is required in terms of investment, logistics, IT support, or programming to move forward, and to actually implement this pilot phase and to gain more user insights. So I very much look forward to the next steps and see how we can support you on your journey moving forward.
Thank you very much, Christine, for your feedback. So we as a team, we are really excited now for the next steps. We are ready for the pre-pilot phase and of course for the pilot we want to start in summer. And thanks again to all of you for the support over the last month, and we are happy to stay in touch.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again to the audience and to the jury. So we're catching up with the time, which is good news. So we're going to have a short break now until 4:45, so about 10 minutes, I guess. So we meet back in 10 minutes at 4:45. And then for our last pitch of today, so I really would love to have all your energy and excitement for the last team, as it's always hard to be last. So see you in a few minutes, back at 4:45. Thank you. Welcome back from the break. I hope everybody is totally energized, and I'm asking now for your full energy for our last team, which is the FlexOffice team, and as I think quite an exciting idea and also outcome. So be prepared, be excited, join in, and I'm handing over this time to the ladies, Maria and Ling. So over to you for your pitch.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the final pitch of the Team FlexOffice. We're at the office close to you, and we're very pleased to present to you today. Now, let me give you a quick agenda what we will do in the next 20 minutes. We will start with our situation and problem, followed by our solution. Then we will take you on our persona and customer journey, followed by our prototype, which will be an interactive part. Then, of course, we will talk about our market fit and business model. And we will close off with a sustainability impact and outlook of the next steps for FlexOffice. I kindly ask you to prepare your phones for the interactive part with our prototype. Now, we all know that collaboration is key to success. We also believe that teamwork makes the dream work. That's why I'm very excited to introduce you to the teammates of FlexOffice. Meet Benita, our organization talent, Johan, our concept talent, Lynn, my co-presenter today, our analyst talent, and Maria, myself, our communication talent. Together, we're Team FlexOffice, and we're here to empower and drive the innovation. Now, we all believe how COVID-19 has pushed us into an unplanned experiment with remote work. And now we know that remote work works quite well. We suggest that we should look at it not as a short-term strategy, but rather treat it as a long-term opportunity. As we all know, it enables many social and economic benefits regardless of physical location. Now, let me quickly walk you through our situation and problem statement and conclusions from our market and user research of the last 3 months. In our survey, we found out that there are 2 things people cherish the most about remote work. Those are flexibility and decreasing commute. We have found out that in Germany, there are top 10 commuter cities, and as you can see on this map, Frankfurt is one of them. Due to the fact that we're based in Frankfurt, we decided to have a deep dive into commuter stream analysis around Frankfurt metropolitan area. On this map, you can see that there are 400,000 people commuting into Frankfurt on a daily basis. Here, you can see that there are more people coming into the city than coming out of the city. Now that we know remote work works, we had to ask ourselves, is it really necessary that 400,000 people commute to Frankfurt on a daily basis? And is it really fair that 67% of people commute more than 40 minutes a day, wasting their most precious asset, their time? This is why we decided to have a look on co-working spaces outside city, and we found out that it was not nearly as frequent as the commute volume. Here you can see that the co-working spaces are actually not there where the commuter streamers are coming from. And this is where we started asking ourselves how we can make the best out of remote work and keep the increased flexibility and a decrease in commute even once the pandemic is over. And this is where we came up with our vision. Everyone has the possibility to work close to home so that people commute less, increase their well-being, and strengthen local economy. And now over to Lynn, and she will present you to our solution.
So this is where our solution comes into place, town co-working. It takes an united effort to bring co-working to suburban areas. Municipalities can benefit from co-working space because it supports local economy and communities. For example, the local government of Hessen has a program called Staatsland Gutes Leben. It has a fund of 1.2 billion euro. And the co-working space is one important part of this program. Corporates can retain and attract additional talent by offering them to work in a more sustainable and flexible way. Local business, they can get a new pool of customers. New work experts, they can contribute their knowledges, building the co-working space. FlexOffice will offer an online tool and offer an end-user network with a B2B focus. So, what does FlexOffice work? FlexOffice is a platform which connects users to the co-working space. On one hand, we have users of co-working space. On the other hand, we have provider of space. For the end user, we offer them a search function, a booking system, and a social platform to mingle with people from other industries. For the space providers, we promote their place by listing their place on our platform, and they can get access to our corporate customer base. If necessary, we can also help them to build co-working space. Today, because of the time reasons, our prototype focus will be on the user side. Now, let's watch a video to see which problem FlexOffice solves.
Wow, what a day.
Oh, what's that?
You know, this whole commuting every day, it's just too much. It's too far away. I'm wasting so much time there, and I thought with the home office being possible for everyone now, that's actually going to be way better. But in reality, when I'm at home, like everything mixes, like my private life and my work, I just can't keep them apart from each other.
I have the same problem. Have you not heard of FlexOffice before?
Mine, what's that?
FlexOffice is the office close to you, so you have the benefit of not commuting anymore, and you have it in an office-like environment.
That sounds fantastic. How, like, can you show me how that works?
You just download the app. Want to check it out?
Yeah, sure.
Do you want to try out our app? You can either scan and click through our prototype or watch our introduction videos. Firstly, you can log into your account. You put your email, passport, and log in. You can either discover desks nearby. So you see your location and your nearest co-working space. And you can select what you need. So a Wi-Fi, monitor, and a printer. You can even search for a specific time. Click on search and you are taken to the office with all the conditions you selected. You can click on pictures. You can get more information if you click on it. Let's select the date and the time from which you start and end. You continue, and then you are in the payment sections. You can either pay with the budget, which is, for example, subsidized by your employer, or with any other payment method. Let's pay with budget for now. Continue, and it is as easy as that. You exist, now you can make changes or get access to the keys. Simply touch to unlock. As you see on the bottom of the screen, there are favorites and profiles functions. We haven't touched this because of the time reason, but feel free to click through after our presentations. Now let's see what happened next.
Wow, okay, cool. That's really super easy. The only thing that I need now is an actual smartphone.
They also have a web version.
That's perfect. And it's super beneficial for everyone.
Ling, let's talk about the benefits.
Yes, now you have seen the benefits for the employee, but what are the benefits for the corporate side? It encourages cross-industry exchanges and increase employees' well-being. It also helps companies to attract talent enabled by the remote working. In the long term, it decreases cost of office space in the cities. Last but not least, it increases sustainability because it reduces commuting time and increases social well-being. Now, let me walk you through our business model from revenue and cost side. For the revenue, we have in total revenue stream. The first one is commission fee. When users book their spaces through our platform, we will charge a percentage service fee. The second one is affiliate marketing fee. We will offer advertisements for the local business, such as retails, restaurants, and flower shop, supporting local economy. Lastly, we will also charge a small membership fee from the co-working space providers in exchange for listing them on our platform. Our main cost drivers are platform development as well as sales and marketing. Now, let's have a look what is our potential market size. Within Germany's top 10 commuter cities, 2.7 million people commute into cities on a daily basis. This is our total market. Out of this, 730,000 people are hybrid working white-collar workers. This is our serviceable market. Again, out of this, we estimated 270,000 people will use platform to book co-working space. The town co-working market is still very new. There is no market leader yet. This is our competitors' analysis, and there's a selections we see as our competitors. Village Office and Co-work Land, they focus more on the consulting service. We can also enable this service by collaborating with outside experts. HeyDesk and Coworker, they have a mainly B2C focus. Now, let's talk about what makes FlexOffice unique. We offer a digital booking and payment solutions customized for our B2B customers. In addition, we focus mainly on the corporate client. This means a more stable revenue streams for the co-working space providers. Besides that, we can foster and match users exchange from different companies. This offers a social element for the end users. Now, over to Maria.
Let's talk about the sustainability impact of our solution. Let me introduce you to our mission. We want to provide a platform that will bring sustainable co-working spaces to suburban areas. We want to facilitate a better future for all stakeholders. However, we don't want to do so at the cost of the planet. This is why, while working on our solution, it was very important for us to define clear sustainability goals and impacts of our area and work on clear KPIs to make sure that we will meet our SDGs. Let me introduce you to our sustainability impact and 3 dimensions of it. I will start with the social impact. By using FlexOffice, we have a direct social impact of sustainability because we increase well-being. Did you know that long commute is associated with poor mental health and dissatisfaction with your job? With our solution, we help to increase well-being and make cities and communities more sustainable as we bring life back to suburban areas. Now, talking about the economic impact, we create increased revenue for local businesses because we create new customer pools, new pools of customers, and increased exposure for local businesses so that they will be able to promote economic growth. Last but not least, we do have an environmental impact because we save kilometers of commute. On a graph I showed you, there are 400,000 people commuting to Frankfurt on a daily basis, and this all can be saved by using an office close to you. Sustainability is very important for us, and in fact, it's important for your business as well. By the year 2025, all long-term investments will depend upon successful implementation of 2030 Agenda of the UN and the Paris Agreement. Now, you must be asking yourself, why now? Why they're talking about co-working spaces in the middle of a global pandemic? We believe that it is important to point out that the potential market should be entered on time, and we have identified that there is a rising demand for co-working spaces in suburban areas. And due to the fact that the market is still fairly new, we will have an early mover advantage. Last but not least, you will have a unique chance to pioneer the future work with us and improve your employer branding by offering your employees a unique solution to shape the future of work. Now, Mahatma Gandhi famously said that what you do today depends on how you will succeed in the future. This is why we have a clear plan for our journey after the mission. We want to start with funding for pilot and accelerator, followed by validation of our business model. Then we want to conceptualize pilot and develop MVP, followed by testing MVP and running the pilot, and also, of course, building our app and platform. Then we want to launch our app and enter the market. And from the Q2 of 2022, we will be focused on scaling up the platform and onboarding new co-working spaces. Now, do you remember this map I showed you in the beginning of this presentation? This is how we want to see this map in the future. As you can recognize, this is Frankfurt, and we want to see Flex offices all over the metropolitan region of Frankfurt. And not only in major cities like Darmstadt or Fulda, but also in many smaller locations. Let's talk about the pilot project. We are sure that we want to make FlexOffice not only a theoretical concept, but a real startup. And this is where we need your support. Do you remember what we presented during the interim pitch? Yes, exactly. This is our flexible furniture. And we want to say a big thank you to our corporate partner at Wiesek, who made it possible. In fact, all of you who are willing to test it out yourselves, you can drop by at our office in Tech-Quartier and sit in one of our flex chairs. We will use this furniture for our pilot project, but let me tell you more. For the pilot project, we will also need a space, furniture that you saw on the last slide, but we also look forward to receiving feedback from our corporate partners supplying furniture. We will also need a pool of users, mainly corporate users, as we're based on a B2B market. Then we also will need help with operations and facility management, and of course, monetary support. Now, your company can join FlexOffice, and together we will shape the future of work. We want to inspire you and to show you how we envision the future. This is a sketch of how one co-working space in suburban area could look like. If you look precisely enough, you might even be able to notice a corporate logo of your firm. Yes, even look, Schaeffler, Bain & Company, Wiesek, Vitra, all our corporate partners. If you look precisely enough, you will be even able to spot Dobby from Harry Potter. This is quite of a fantasy, however, we want to empower your imagination and to show you that this is how the future can look like if you give us a chance. After the speech is over, reach out to us and let us know that you are interested and you will continue this, because we will. At this point, we want to say thank you to Futury for making it all possible. Thank you for choosing us to be a part of your mission. Also, thank you for all our corporate partners who made it possible. It wouldn't be possible without you. We know that our solution cannot solve all problems around remote work, but we also know that our solution is interesting for many of you. So reach out to us, let's keep in touch and make FlexOffice happen already this year. We're looking forward to hearing your feedback. Thank you.
Wow, woohoo! So all the teams are done now, which I think, nearly done, except for the feedback round, but at least the presentation. So everybody must feel good now. And I think amazing end with the team, with the FlexOffice team, also like with the videos and the prototype and everything. So I think this was fantastic. So we're going into the final round. We have kind of the same jury. So we have Jürgen there, but we have someone new from Bain, Imaine Ibong we have. So great to have you also on board. We have Tobias Raffel, as mentioned. And then we have Till Eichenauer from Wiesek, who you just learned also sponsored that amazing FlexOffice furniture. We have Gürkan Ünlü here from Porta and Alexander Weihe from Vonovia. So I think it's exactly the perfect jury for that feedback round. And I'm quite excited and curious to hear what you have to say. So over to Jürgen and over to the team for the feedback.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for watching. We're hoping that you had a nice time during our pitch, and we look forward to our feedback. Let's start with Schaeffler and Jürgen.
Thank you. And yeah, really a big thank you to the team of FlexOffice. So great idea, very well presented. So really well done, really great work. And especially in that team, it's amazing to see the progress. I remember this initial discussion we had in the beginning, and you picked that up as well a little bit, and where you are right now. So really great progress, very well done. Maybe some comments to the approach, the solution, and then I also have a question. You tried with your why now, when you tried to convince us why now. I don't think that's a question. You picked that up very well. And from my perspective, it's a perfect time why this now is a good approach, why the solution fits. Just take, and what we have seen in the Corona pandemic, that home office really works. Of course, we all want to get back in a more hybrid model, but we have seen how much potential is in home office working. So that's a valid point. The other topic is we also have seen kind of challenges with this big amount of home office working. I mean, the environment, the technical equipment, but also you need maybe some more silence, that you can work silently on something, etc. You picked that up as well. And the third topic is exactly the linkage to the sustainability, avoiding traveling in terms of time, but even more important in terms of the footprint impact. So the sustainability impact. Lots of things are coming together. So perfect time right now to look at that. So I fully believe in the idea. I mean, it's a bold idea. If you really think it through, and you've shown that very well with your Frankfurt example, where you looked at the data, what the impact could be, if that's really picking up. So perfect, really like that. When we look forward, I mean, the next steps, so it would be interesting to understand where you really want to start, because I think a lot depends on these flex offices. I mean, you need to have the flex offices, otherwise all the thing will not work, obviously. So I believe you can do the app, you can do the connection, you're going to find some partners who can motivate the employees to use that, etc. It all depends on the flex offices. And therefore, I think you need to pick up a specific area where you can start, but you have a potential to scale up quite fast, so that there are many companies, many people involved, etc. So do you already have a concrete idea where you really want to start? Is it Frankfurt, the area? Is it something else? Or do you still want to check that with some more data? What would be your concrete next step? Because that would also then fit to how interesting would it be for Schaeffler, at least at which point in time? I mean, for us, it's of course then interesting if we are close to that situation, if we have plants close there or office spaces or whatever, that we can really leverage it.
Yeah, thank you so much for your feedback, Jürgen. Just to respond to your question directly, we will have a roundtable with corporate partners who are interested in our idea directly after the final pitch. You will become an email, and if other partners who are watching right now are thinking, wow, it's really the idea I want to help with, please reach out to us so that we will also involve you in this process of decision making, because for now we have planned a clear scenario for the pilot run. We know what we need to do. We know which resources and which facilities are needed to make FlexOffice happen. We are also in touch with potential partners from co-working spaces. So we try to create this ecosystem already during the mission so that it's easier to have this transition to the pilot project. And we will talk about it in detail during this roundtable deep dive pilot discussion.
Okay. And maybe another topic, did you already, or did you also discuss it with kind of local small cities? I mean, you mentioned in the Frankfurt area, the big ones like Darmstadt, etc. I could imagine it's very compelling also for small cities if they could offer this to be more attractive, that people are moving into these cities or into these small villages. Because very often, I mean, we know lots of people are now trying to move into the city because it's more convenient, etc. So that could be something which is turning the trend in the other direction with all the positive aspects in environment, nature, etc. Did you check with maybe majors of villages, etc., if they would be interested in also supporting that?
Unfortunately, it was not able for us to get directly in touch with local municipalities. However, we got in touch with co-working spaces who were already operating in suburban areas. We were talking to founders, and they also told us that they're interested there and they can help us identify the maps. And this is where we will also need help from our corporate clients to identify the map to see where your employees live, so that we will strategically approach the next steps for choosing the location.
Okay, great. So thanks a lot. I mean, great idea. I believe in that one, has a big potential. So I'm really curious on the next step. And if we can help you further out, let's discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed to Imayan from Bain.
Yeah, hello. I hope you can hear me well. I have had some bandwidth issues today, so hope all good. First of all, great presentation. I really enjoyed it. It was fun listening to you. And let me start by saying it sounds compelling. I think you have you're onto something really, really good, which could have a lot of success. My 2 or 3 points that I'd like to point out would be, first of all, understanding even better the level of demand, I think would be critical, would be important. I liked your 2.7 million, 730,000, 270,000, but having a better understanding, A, of the size of these groups, and B, of their willingness to pay to start building your operating or your business model, that would be super key. The one thing that I would be worried about, if I'd be worried about anything, it would be that you wouldn't be demand constrained, but more supply constrained. So will there actually be enough space available? Will people make space available? With everything we hear about the death of retail in small towns, etc., I think there is a basis, but mobilizing that basis to turn it into office spaces is something that I'd like, as a potential investor, to understand better. How will that look? Finally, you briefly looked at competitors. I think there is one that I'd be slightly worried about, Heydesk. Heydesk is obviously focused on B2C. The question is, how big are the barriers of entry for Heydesk to start addressing your prospective clients, B2B clients, and what you can do to have a real USP and to shield off against Heydesk. But all of those would be steps for the next phase, and as said, I think you're onto something great, something that comes exactly at the right time, and something that can do a lot of good. So all the best, and thank you for a great presentation.
I want to shortly to answer the questions. So we also noticed that there's currently not so many co-working space in the suburban areas. So that's why we see like one big our added value from this concept is because we can source the demand from the corporate side. So with this information that we can help to co-create a new co-working space in the suburban areas. And then for the next questions, so how easy, such as the player like Heydesk, they can enter into this market. So that's why we see there's an early mover advantage that we help that we can already build up our corporate clients network to establish our contact there to can find our unique selling point. But definitely that is our point we want to validate in our next stage. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Now let's move to Tobias from Weihe Stiftung.
Thanks, Maria, Ling, and the team. Once again, that was really amazing. I mean, the first presentation of your team at the kickoff was also supplemented by an augmented reality app. And now we got this video and the app again, and how you jumped from the stage to the video back and forth. I think that was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. And I think you are very convincing as a team. So I can easily imagine that you go outside of Frankfurt to smaller places and convince people that your solution will work. And I think it will. I'm very much convinced of your solution. And now you also convinced me as a team. And I must say, I experienced some moments of frustration and euphoria with you, both. Yeah, there were some extreme moments that you had as a team, and it's very nice to see that you now came up with this really, really nice presentation and final pitch together as a team, and also about the sustainability impact. I think that was really nicely presented, how you come from goals to KPIs along all the 3 dimensions. You linked it to the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's easy, I think, for everybody to understand what kind of impact your solution will have on footprint, but also on other dimensions. So I think very well done. And I wish you a lot of luck in starting the pilot. Start it soon, because I think it will really work and people will like it.
Thank you, Tobias. Now, we look forward to hearing from Till from Visag.
Yeah, so last week, I think it was Thursday, we talked about the vision, and I think now the vision we heard now is quite a strong vision, and I think for everybody kind of tangible. And building on that, I really like the idea and the problem FlexOffice can solve. So all the commuting, all the working from home, and getting different kinds of different spaces where I can work for my different kind of work that I have is quite of an interesting idea, and that's why also I think we talked the last weeks about this. What I would like, what was new for me, and what's kind of an interesting part of the idea is I call it a do-it-yourself co-working build-up kit when you have like empty space, which I think we will have in the next upcoming month when we have a look at how many or how companies and how our shopping habits and how our traveling habits and the way we have shopped the last year and worked the last year, we will have, I think, some more empty spaces even in the small towns around the bigger cities. So what I think the do-it-yourself co-working set will help to set up co-working spaces even for people who are not into co-working before, and that in my mind it makes it kind of interesting for everybody, and even for short time co-working spaces like pop-up co-working spaces. When we talked about the business model and the platform, we talked about this last week. I still believe, or where you have to look into is when you're building a platform for getting to finding the right space for people, it's a little bit different to find something to eat. So people are living next to their co-working space, and if the co-working space is still there the next day, they don't need to use the platform to get a desk at this co-working space. So we really need to think about how you can get the recurrent revenue from people who are living next to the space. But that's the only thing, and I think all the other stuff, finding the right space somewhere, setting up a co-working space, I think that's all something that we can discuss afterwards, and it's all a matter of the right partners and the right setup for a pilot. So looking forward, discuss at the round table how we can help you guys achieve the first pilot.
Thank you so much, Tim. Looking at the time, we will proceed to the next feedback from Porta, and we want to welcome Gurkan.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much. More than happy to join the presentation, and congratulations for a very professional way you present. So the idea you've invented, you've choose from my perspective, has from the initial situation, it seems to be very easy, because on the other hand, there is a couple of things which show some complexity, but it's still an untapped market. So the time to market is obviously right now. Hybrid working is getting more and more common. So I like the idea. Co-working spaces, for these traditional companies like us, it's still, in some cases, is an opportunity. In other cases, we need to face these as an opportunity internally. There are some legal things we need to solve. So these are the things every company who would like to join this kind of platform does have to face this internally. So if this is done, then I think the doors are open. On the other, the current situation in the market, in some cases and in some city areas, you have too much demand, in others, or too much space, in others you have less space. So at least it's some kind of chicken and egg. And I would like to learn after the presentation in the next couple of weeks a little bit more about how to solve this chicken and egg issue. From a customer perspective, I believe using apps and to book something right next to in some kind of hub logic would make absolutely sense. Less traveling, more satisfaction for myself. From an employer perspective, it's pretty obvious to reduce the costs for and for to have more satisfied customers. So this is why in general I like the idea right next to, so we sell furniture. We have this is why it makes sense for us to think about that. On the other hand, utilization of current places is another topic which we haven't faced right now. So thank you very much for joining, and I'm really impressed. I cross my fingers, and if there is an opportunity that we can support you, we will do, of course. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Görkem. Now over to Alexander from Vonovia. The technical problem and we cannot hear you. Can you say something? Or we still cannot hear you? Okay.
Maybe somebody can translate.
Unless we come up with a creative solution of writing and showing, I would suggest we get in touch after the mission, and we will find out your feedback in a different form. Thank you so much, everyone, for the feedback. It was our pleasure. We will get in touch with everyone from you. Oh, we're not able to read. Can you please hold it again? We cannot hear you.
No.
Now we can hear you finally. Sorry, yes. The technical issue is resolved.
Okay, I didn't change anything, but maybe it helped. I wrote yes to talk afterwards. So we are a bit over the time, but let me repeat a bit of what you said, because it was such a great presentation, and I also experienced this journey you were on. That's really amazing, from an architectural study in the beginning to a software platform in 3 months. That's really amazing. I thought your presentation as a team was incredible, and that brings me to my worry point, because if you build a platform, I would be worried a bit about the egg and the hen problem. You need to start somewhere, and I guess that will be the difficult point in order to then get track scalability. So what gives me a lot of hope is the way you were able to sell here at this presentation, because that shows me that you will be able to sell in corporates as well. And I think all of what my fellow jurist said is true. It comes to the right moment. It's exactly an answer to all of us thinking, going back to the office, but wanting to stay in a remote environment. So thumbs up, great idea. And maybe just as a closing remark for me and for us at Vonovia, it's not so much a question of our employees. We only have 10,000, but of the 1 million people that live in our flats, because they are now working from home, and I think that could be an interesting angle to look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. Thank you for joining us. And now over to Vanessa.
Wow, thank you very much for the detailed feedback, insights, amazing. So I also thought this was quite well presented, and especially the sketch at the end. So maybe we can get the sketch and use it then for other sessions or individual, which I think is great. Okay, so we're coming to an end. So thank you again for the jury and all the insights. And now it's time to reflect. We would like to reflect a little bit on the mission, on the last 3 months, on the learnings, on the validity, or like the importance of these ideas and how they could be maybe implemented, and also like for our corporate partners, how relevant these ideas were. And so we have the best moderator we can have for our corporate panel discussion, which is Charlie Müller. Charlie Müller is our Managing Director of Futury, and he will now moderate a panel discussion with a small group of our corporate partners to think about how did this all go about, how did we like, what are the learnings, and what can we take away from this. So over to Charlie. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Just 1 second. Yeah, a late but warm welcome also from my side to all of you that are all those who are watching today, all of our corporate partners that are remotely joining. But let me say foremost to all the teams, I think we just heard amazing presentations under these, at least I would say, difficult circumstances, and I think we all agree that you did extremely well. So congrats to that and a big thank you. Yeah, as Vanessa already mentioned, my name is Charlie Müller. I'm the founder and managing director of Futury, and today I'm going to be the moderator of our corporate panel discussion. So within the next somewhat about 25 to 30 minutes, we want to take the chance to talk to some of our corporate partners and reflect a bit on the project, the team's ideas, also the pitches we just heard, but also take a little broader look into the topics. So coming from the learnings and what's next, maybe also what's after Corona and what are the implications Corona might have on the work environment and the way we work. And therefore, for our corporate partner panel discussion, I remotely welcome here Klaus Rosenfeldt, who's the CEO of Schaeffler, Ralf Hengels, who's the HR Director Germany from Nestlé, Alexander Weihe, the Head of Innovation and Business Building from Vonovia, and also Stephan Grabmeier, the Managing Director of the Zukunftsinstitut. So now I'm supposed to hear you. I hope you all can hear me in the studios or joining remotely.
Yes, from Herzogenaurach.
Seems to work. Great. So again, welcome all of you. Thank you for being here, for taking the time. And I want to start off with you, Klaus, and the first question also goes to you. Right at the beginning of the day, you showed us a video from Schaeffler, your new claim, We Pioneer Motion, but also the strategy behind it. And there are three main pillars. There are innovation, agility, and efficiency that are within your corporate strategy. And I just want to ask you, in which way did the project, the teams, the work, and the solutions touch upon these aspects for you? So how valuable was it working with them?
Well, I can say the cooperation with these teams, and I had the chance this morning to talk to every team one more time and listen to what they said and what they prepared for today. It was absolutely valuable. A strategy, in particular in these uncertain times, is there to give a framework, a direction. Our strategy was set already in 2020 during the year. We refined it. There was no immediate impact on the strategy, but I think what the teams brought to the table, the attitude, how they challenge certain things, that is, from my point of view, a confirmation that innovation is key going forward. Even for a more traditional company, agility will become more and more important because it has to do with the ability to anticipate certain things and to react in a flexible manner. And that, from my point of view, is very key. And also efficiency is something, we cannot have endless debates about proposals. At some point in time, we need to make a decision and go forward. So yes, I think this was also for me personally very valuable to see how these teams think about their business models, their ways into the future. And that is encouraging, but also to some extent a mirror that you can use to reflect on your own way. So clearly a very valuable exercise.
All right, thank you. And getting back, you said during the collaboration, some that paid in the direction to your strategy, but did you also discover some most striking learnings which you didn't expect at the beginning of the project?
Well, again, these projects came at a time that was clearly a time where every big corporate started to rethink the way how we work. So for us, it was very lucky that we entered into this and had this debate now where everyone is talking about, co-working and all these kinds of things. And for me personally, it showed, and in one of the discussions, one of the members challenged this. And when I asked him this morning, what would you recommend to us to become, what should we change? And he said, you need to become a little bit more radical in your thinking. And when I think about co-working, when I think about working from home, all these kinds of new things, I have to say it has changed my thinking as well. I was very skeptical at the beginning with people working from home with all these digital conferences, but during the year 2020, we clearly have developed an attitude to this that is a positive attitude. I don't think that this will continue when the crisis is over in the same magnitude, but we probably will get to hybrid modules where we will all enjoy again face-to-face discussions, but where the fact that you can connect remotely with people around the globe, have new formats, will also enrich our work environments.
Thank you. And then over to Ralf. Ralf, first of all, at the beginning, I see a black screen. Ralf, are you still with us? Oh no, I think he somehow dropped out, but we'll give him a few seconds or a few minutes maybe to join later. So I'm going to switch over to Alexander from Vonovia. Alexander, being the largest residential real estate company in Germany, you nowadays might also be the largest home office provider. So can you elaborate a bit on this? So you must have loved the project, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Right from the beginning, I thought it was very, very interesting to bring something new to our customers. But then within the pandemic, that's got more and more. And you're right. I'm not sure about the office real estate industry. So I don't know if now we're the biggest office supplier in Germany. But definitely, you see me here in my bedroom, and that's the situation of most of our tenants, I guess. At least those who work in offices, because they have to work from home, and not everyone has a very nice working space. So we do affordable living, and we need to find solutions for our customers that are affordable. So I love the idea, and I loved the idea of FlexOffice and the way they pivoted to really something scalable.
Yeah, that would have been my next question. So what are the key takeaways or main learnings? You also mentioned you kind of have a favorite solution. So looking beyond the mission, so can you imagine or think of like working together with the teams, or at least taking their results and integrating them into your kind of your head of new business building, into your thinking, into your work?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great inspirations, and I go with what Klaus said, that it's incredible really to see the agility and the power of those teams. They really provided motivation and spirit, I think. We work a lot of startups, that's maybe seed, maybe Series A. We also do some investment in startups, but we never work that early stage. So this is really, really early stage, and it was really cool to see. So if I think about especially the FlexOffice solution, I think that's something we need to look at. Can we switch the model in the sense that can there be a co-working space in one of our quarters or in many of our quarters? We have to check the demand for that and solve the egg and hen problem. But I think that's very interesting. On the other side, Carbonator, obviously for everyone nowadays, it's the reduction of CO2 footprint is very important. Something we're working on, and that's something I think we will continue to look at and to see if we find a fit.
I hope all the teams listen very well. They can connect to you afterwards. We'll come back to you in a second. Now I see we have Stephan and Ralf. I hope you can you can hear me perfectly. Ralf, over to you. At the beginning of the project, you told us that you're currently looking for a new headquarter for Nestlé Germany. First question, did you already find one? And second questions, were there any learnings or takeaways that you integrated or will integrate into the process for your new headquarter, the design, the ways you work, the ways you collaborate within that space?
Okay, so I hope also now technical and technology works well. So thanks for having me on the panel, and also thanks also to all the teams. Was a great afternoon. Lots of enjoying moments. And great also really to see the progress of all the ideas now to prototypes, real concrete prototypes. Yeah, talking about a new head office, it's actually also for me personally an experience which I never had in my professional life so far, looking for a new office building for more than 1,000 employees. So I also feel a little bit maybe like the teams we saw today, thinking about how to approach this issue, how to go forward. And clearly for us, facing this project right in the middle of the pandemic situation was also a little bit of a challenge. So far we have not yet decided. We are still in the process. And to some extent, and I think I said it last time, we are also a little bit lucky that we can now incorporate all these new ways of thinking, how the new normal will look like. And clearly also for us, we took also benefit from some of the group works and the exchanges with the teams. Clearly, the group which was working on OffiSense, thinking about how to create coffee corner moments in the hybrid working model. That's extremely interesting for us because it's a topic which we all, I think, face to some extent. And also here, very interesting to see that the team also evolved the idea from maybe initially only thinking about let's everything doing digitally, but now we talk also about physical, because I think we all learned during the last months that the physical contact, the social contact is extremely important to keep that cohesion. But we also need to leverage all the benefits from the hybrid model. And I think that is now something we will, in this long-term project, which will most likely go on for another 2 to 3 years until we really move into a new building, how to incorporate that into the existing typical things which you have in a building, like coffee corners, but also leveraging the hybrid model.
All right, thank you. And now we are heading over to Stephan. So where you're located exactly? In Hamburg, in Vienna?
No, currently in Bonn.
In Bonn, all right.
In Bonn, Germany, yes. That's the place where I live, yes.
So we're heading over to Bonn. Thanks for joining us. Stephan, I've a question, or more or less 2 questions.
Two, okay.
When we talk about work, we heard all the waves of work, first, second, third wave. We talk about next work, new work. You, from your perspective as an expert for transformational topics, but also work-related topics, what are, in your opinion, the main, or can you highlight the 3 main trends that you see? And did you also see them here in the project? Do you think that the teams addressed most of the important issues?
Okay, so yes, more than 2 questions. I will start with the last one. So what did the teams, and I had the chance to work with the teams, and this was great for me. So also now in one-to-one sessions. And for that, I'm sure the teams addressed the right issues. So out of many possibilities, for sure. Yeah. What was interesting for me to know that at the beginning, the teams have mostly delved into new topics. So for the most, they were really new, and they decided to focus on this one idea. And work it out in detail till today, to the final pitch. And each of the team members compared with their individual purpose and related it to ideas perhaps that make the world a better world, a better place. And that was clear to see, and I felt it in every touch point with the teams. And this was very important for me. So yes, a clear yes, they addressed the right topics, and yeah, for this. So just perhaps could you remember the first question?
Yeah, sure. I was just, it's sometimes a bit confusing when we talk about work and next and new work and all the waves of work. Yeah. So as the team touched upon many aspects of the work environment, the way how we work, from your point of view or in your opinion, what are the maybe 2 or 3 most important trends that are going to follow even after Corona that will stay with us for a little longer?
Yeah, so if we talk about trends and what we do at the Zukunftsinstitut, we talk about societal change. So these are all long waves we see. And long waves, I mean, we observe them 35 to 50 years. So, and if we look at trends, there are different impacts we see. And so we have been working on we call it post-corona trend map. So if you like, you can find all this on our website, and which means we have been putting the impact of Corona in relation to the trends in societal change. And what's really interesting is the pandemic can be read as a kind of acceleration and deacceleration paradox. So, for example, the megatrend urbanization, for example, it's the huge influx into the metropolises is being slowed down, if not reversed. Or the digitization we talked a lot about, on the other hand, is being driven forward. And at the same time, we see a renaissance of analog culture techniques that is emerging. Or the globalization is weakening while the national tendencies are being strengthened. Also the longing for home and regional roots. So, and there are some of these paradoxes, and this is important to work with it, to observe them. And if we go deeper into the new work, or we call it neo work, there are a lot of trends, and these trends are existing since a long time. So the facts are often not new, but the way of the meaning is. And we talked a lot about, so for example, the hybrid version. So we call it office, so the home and the office, and the balance we will see in that. But I think so. What I saw and what I see in our work is the learning topic, the education topic. I think this is huge. So those of us who have children see what that means, homeschooling and the quality of our education. But also, if we look at in the business part, it's future skills. And I think so. If we look at the top 10 skills of 2025, what we will see there, the first 5 of the top 10 skills are all problem-solving skills, for example. So there are only 2 technical skills in, but the analytical thinking and innovation, the complex problem solving, the critical thinking and analysis, and so on, these are all very, very strong skills we need for the future.
Thank you. Taking that paradox that you just mentioned of acceleration and deacceleration at the same time, Klaus, I want to get back to you. I remember you said during the kickoff, this time we must not forget our shop floor workers, and they are kind of the heart of our company. And after the project, maybe if we are lucky in summer, late summer, if Corona is somewhat behind us, do you also think that the work environment for the shop floor workers will have changed then, or it's again just the office or office floor workers?
Well, thanks for making that comment. First of all, nothing has changed in my recognition for our shop floor people. I said in an internal speech here for our top leaders around the globe, the real heroes of the crisis, with all due respect, are not the people in the home office. The real people in this crisis are our co-workers on the shop floor who have delivered in some areas above 100% capacity utilization with very difficult conditions, wearing masks, with all sorts of protection measures, and they have done it without any complaints, with a very strong spirit. And I always have to make sure that with all the fantasy and all the interesting things that happen in home offices, we are a production and manufacturing company, and the value that we bring to our customers is created, with all due respect for everyone else who works in offices, it is created on the shop floor. That has not changed, and that will not change. Will the work environment for these colleagues change? And I would say yes, absolutely. You mentioned the digitalization. The digitalization is ongoing. It's also happening on the shop floor. Many things that were on paper are meanwhile on screens. They are much more data-driven. And I think that's a major trend that has been amplified by the crisis. I can tell you, I participated on a Thursday afternoon, 5 o'clock, German time, in a HoloLens exercise where we visited our plant in Vietnam. I can tell you, I couldn't believe that, how close we were to these colleagues, despite this big difference, despite of 8 hours time difference, and how well advanced these techniques are, how much you can save, and how close you can get to our colleagues. If you have a little bit of understanding what they do, this is a really impressive way forward, that we can use these digital tools to connect with the shop floor and also enable them to connect with management, show their achievements. I think there's a lot of potential there, and that will make our company, in any case, an even stronger company.
Thank you. You also just brought in a topic I want to ask Ralf about, international view. So Nestlé, kind of by definition, is a global company. When you have discussions with your HR or other colleagues from maybe not just from Europe, but from kind of overseas, do they have the same problems? Do they have the same issues right now? And how are they solving them? Is it just a German or European Western discussion, or is it really a global one?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, in the end, we all together face this new dynamic and the discussion around the way of working in a hybrid model. I think that has really impacted the whole world. However, to some extent, we are also all working in a little bit different environments. I just had a call this morning with colleagues that was just in the European context, but there were also some impulses from other regions in the world, and clearly you see that the debate is ongoing. Also from a governmental perspective, how to support and maybe regulate even the topic of hybrid model, home office. It is not only talking about tax regimes, but it's also talking about other regulations. So therefore, it is a topic which somehow touches all of us, but you also have different environments and different labor markets, different situations. So, and I think this is always the challenge for a huge corporation like ours, being present in almost every country in the world with 300,000 employees. You somehow try always to make the best out of the two areas, and I think Stephan just also talked about the paradigms. It's, well, on the one hand side, you strive for efficiency, you strive for standards and how to kind of manage something on a global context. On the other hand, you try to act clearly locally because you have to act locally, and that's also a little bit of a trend also in HR. So therefore, how to make best usage of this freedom to use clearly the global scale and all the power you can develop on a global scale, but on the other hand also to adapt to local needs of your employees and how to make the best fit in the local context. I think that is the challenge we are facing all. But you get lots of impulses. We got impulses here, and we will also try to use some of these impulses to maybe inspire some of our colleagues in the international environment, because I think this is the fantastic thing in a global organization, that you can really make best use of diversity and of the creativity which is in such a huge organization.
Thank you, Ralf. So looking at the time, unfortunately, we don't have much left, but Maybe with a short answer, Alexander, I just want to ask you, Vonovia, so you're building real estate, you're building residential real estate. This is by definition kind of a very long-term perspective business. How easy or how difficult is it for you to adopt to those changes we just discussed and seen here also that the teams brought in?
Well, short answer, yes, it's a very long-term perspective, but that's kind of the basis. And on top of that, of course, there's lots of business models developing where we're working on, and even if it's long-term from an investment perspective, our customers are people like you and me, and they have different needs every day, which need to be addressed. So yes, we have to live with both. Yeah.
All right, then thank you so much. In a few seconds, I have to hand over again. Just maybe as a last remark, Stephan, you joined a bit later. So having seen the project, the teamwork, all the Corona discussions going on, you talked about the trends. Do you have the one thing that where you'd say that will stay with us for longer? We've seen so many business trends, work trends. You mentioned the societal trends. You're also analyzing. Is there the one where you see this will definitely stay with us?
Oh, there's not only one. There are so many. There are so many outside there. Yeah? So we see a lot of hundreds of trends that will stay. And what we see is how the question is in which relation, or what does it mean for our company, for our business, for our services, for our products, and so on. This is the question we have to answer and to work on. So, and if we bring it to the work or new or neo next work context and so on, I think there were trends we saw and we see, and some solutions we saw today to work on that, and they will stay with us, in my opinion. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Stephan, but also Ralf, Alexander, and thank you to the studio in Herzogenaurach, Klaus, for not only joining the discussion here. Unfortunately, we don't have any much time left. I have to hand over back to Vanessa, but thank you for working with the teams, taking the time, not only today, and now I'm going to hand over to Vanessa, as promised, for the final words of today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you to everyone who just participated in that round. So a few final words from our end, from the Futury side in the Tech Quartier here in Frankfurt. Two things I wanted to put your attention on. So what's next? You might ask, like, okay, what are you doing as the next steps? We have two exciting missions coming up. The next one is already starting in 2 weeks. So mid of February, we are going to kick off our Mobility Be Urban mission together with SEAT as the premium partner and some other amazing partners, and some of them even who are rejoining, who have done already a mission with us, and they will participate now. So that takes place mid of February until mid of May. And then, of course, we have another one following up, coming then in June. So June this year until end of August, approximately, it will be Energy Be Empowered. So we're kind of already close to getting our recruiting machine started and setting everything up. So you will hear from us in any case as part of our alumni newsletter. So these are the two new things that are going to happen from the Futury side. I would also like to put your attention on the Handelsblatt kind of advertisement or article of today. So for those of you who are reading the Handelsblatt or maybe have even the paper version or then the online version, will find like a whole page on the mission for Work Be Next, everything that has been done on the results, on the teams. So a little bit of a summary. So we can also share this with you in the PDF version if you want, so let us know. And then also quite important is our trend radar. So you might recall, together with the Handelsblatt, we always put together, especially with the corporate partners, that kind of trend radar where all the corporate partners are also giving their input, which is about the topic itself. So this time it will be Work Be Next. And this trend radar looks like will be launched in April. So something to look forward to, and we'll inform you on this as well. And you can find everything under the Handelsblatt Content Hub mission, the mission, you find everything there. So these are the two slides from the Handelsblatt and everything we do. And now this is the final slide from our end. So a big thank you to everyone who either joined today. Big thank you to the teams. Big thank you to all the corporate partners. But I also would like to call out that thank you to the Futury team, because as you can imagine, this is always quite some ride and roller coaster, especially in the last days, to set this everything up together with the teams, with the TechWatt here. We're in here now to do all the testings. It always looks so easy going, but you see there's quite some work behind, and then still there's some funny situations that come up. But so big thank you also to the Futury team, specific to Jannis and Julia, who joined that mission together with me. And I'm now handing over for some final words to Herzogenaurach, to Mr. Rosenfeldt, who will then give some final words and closes off our great day. So thank you everyone for coming in, for joining, listening. And now over to Mr. Rosenfeldt.
Well, thank you. I will be very brief because we have already spent so much time together, and I will summarize everything by just 6 words. Great mission, great format, great people. Thank you very much here from Herzogenaurach. It was a pleasure to be part of this, and I wish the whole format, the whole Futury team, the whole mission, every possible success for the future. Thank you.